Good evening, friends. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome back to another day of playing Monster Train 2, because that's what we do. I still don't have a working light bulb, so I'm not going to lie. It looks very weird to me in this room yet again, but that's a life that I'm going to have to live with. Turns out the light bulb is like a really weird size, and I just don't have any light bulbs of that size, and I'm not honestly sure where to get one, so that's a weekend problem for me, I guess. Anyways, we're playing random. See what we get, unless people have any particular clan combos or other requests. So, we have Bolette and Luna. Furious Greed is always good. The extra gold is very nice. I'm honestly surprised I haven't done a run with Selene Acolyte yet. Unfortunately, it would be a lot better if we had Moon Ritual, our Dune starter, because it is a very good unit, but A, we need Conduit to power the Mage Blade, and B, the sweep is conditional upon it being in full moon, and so we need like phase control for that to really matter. And unfortunately, I have neither of those in my opening deck, which takes it from being a very strong unit to being a much less strong unit. Especially because neither Under Legion nor Luna has an attack scaling card. So we'd have to get... like, the only damage buff I have for this would be via equipment or getting Conduit scaling. Anyways, all that complaints aside, here we are. Oh, and we're up against Siphon, Damage Shields, and Dominion. Okay. I don't think Wanderer's Talisman is that good. I'm definitely going to take Split Anvil, partly because I already like Split Anvil. I like it even more when we already have Rot, because having a 3-cost card is just really good with Split Anvil. It's a little more annoying in Monster Train 2, because then you won't have the Ember to play out the Vengeful Shards, and that's annoying, but it's generally an intriguing pickup. Okay, so we haven't played Headsman, I believe, right? Yeah, Headsman is the one that I haven't done, which is Trample and Slay friendly units propagate. Which is cool, although again, it does run into the problem of we need some way for him to actually get attack high enough to kill enemies. Nonetheless, I am going to take it. I don't know if we're in the best situation for it. Whatever, we're playing it because we haven't played it. And that's just life. Who am I to deny such a fate? So at least we have a unit that can fit alongside Bolette. Unfortunately, it doesn't, like, tons matter because we have no, like, offensive or defense scaling for either of the units. Also, I'm disappointed to drop both Rots in the same turn. But whatever, we're going to at least put some troop down. Okay. And then we just do minor bits of damage here and there. It would be nice to leave some of the weaker units for Bolette to shoot or to murder on top floor. So you get the Slay bonus and then propagate the troop stacks. But that would require us to actually do damage, which is not really in my wheelhouse. We're going to do this and not play with the Vengeful Shard so I can gain gold. I probably already played out the other one and didn't think about it. Well, there's that. Okay, so I could ascend you, honestly, is maybe the better plan. I can also shoot the backliner. I think that's definitely a thing we're going to do. I would ascend him, except that by ascending him, I do kill him, which feels bad. I might do this, although I do think it's wrong, because we're mostly just feeding Uriel, and I think that's probably a mistake. Yeah. Can I survive that? I just never realized the implication of the event that grafts and equip into a unit after my Legion fills my hand with 7 daggers. Yeah, that's a problem. Oh, man. Yeah, I might actually want to retry this battle where I don't let Yoriel just get a bunch of rage, because I don't know that I survived this. I think I, like, exactly... Well, I think I survived, but we'll let it happen. We were going to take a lot of damage. Yeah, it's not quite as much as I thought. I wasn't sure how much rage he was going to lose across the fight. That's fine. We took damage. It's alright. We have Fira's Greed, so it at least is worth some compensation. I kind of want Pox, but I don't really want the Calcified Ember with it. Infectory is generally good. Truffles is sort of interesting, but I'd have to actually have like capacity to fit him. What I mainly want is some way to actually scale up my damage. Hello, Glacier. How you doing? Because not being able to scale my damage is a big problem. I don't know. I might take Truffles, I guess. Just endless Truffles. I mean, it does work. Moon Pixie's a maybe. Starstruck is good in the long term, but maybe I want Moon Pixie now. It makes the Witch Weaves actually do some damage, and it is something that I can propagate. Kind of. And also, like, it fuels the Selena Acolyte. The problem is I need capacity to fit those all on the same floor. Okay, lurking while I finish my run. Fair enough. I guess I'm taking the Moon Pixie. I don't know how we're going to utilize it. Okay, done. Well. You know what? I basically never do this, but I'm going to put Holy Stone on that, because I do want it to be 3 costs like all the time anyways. Do I want Squad Leader? Do I want Prickly Puffball? Prickly Puffball is not a bad pickup for us here. Squad Leader is interesting. I don't think it's great for me though. I don't know. I just have like a weird mishmash of garbage currently. I'll take the Puffball, and here we are. To that end, get rid of that too. Anyways, we're in pretty good shape now. Having the holdover rot is very good with the split anvil, and especially having a second rot that I can also potentially play in the same turn. Do I actually want you there? I guess so. Well, unfortunately, again, I can't ascend the Spear Steward, so we're just gonna make some dudes. I guess I could play the Spear Steward on mid-floor. The Puffball is already basically dead. We all knew this was gonna happen, but still. I really enjoy... Oh, I could have healed you. Whoops. It's easy to forget that Witch Weave heals because the base 1 healing is so inconsequential. Oh, I'm sorry. I actually just want to take the damage there. Yeah, unfortunately, you're gonna die no matter what. And I guess I'll kill there, and then we take the damage because it's gold. And who doesn't want gold here? Okay, well, we finally drew the Rot. Unfortunately, I can't play Truffles at the same time, but okay. I did not mean to let go of the button there. Don't mind me. Alright, so let's actually play this in the correct spot. Yeah, unfortunately, Bullet doesn't get the kill on the dude. Like, we've yet to get any actual work off of the Slay Trigger. But, hey. Also, I can't play a Truffles while I'm using the Rot, so it is what it is. Feels bad, but whatever. Anyways, the Rot is at least doing work for us. It would be nice if we had drawn it earlier in the fight, because then I could have healed a lot more off of it, but that's okay. I do like Loam Coat. I like Glow Up. Spawning Pods isn't bad. I don't know. I sort of lean towards the Glow Up, but Loam Coat is good. I'm gonna take the Glow Up, I guess. I'll take Bloody Moon. I don't think I really need to take it, but we've already done it, so here we are. What equipment would I even want? Not a ton comes to mind. Like, I could get a room, and, like, Silence Room, Inferno Room are both good. Steward's Quarters would give me extra capacity, which I would like. Like, all that's good. I could go here looking for, like, more holdover. Like, maybe. I don't really need the healing. I don't know what unit I would want. Whatever. We're going here. We'll figure it out. Void Armament is sort of interesting. Okay. So, like, Awoken's Rail Spike is real good. It's even more ridiculous in Monster Train 2 because the remove consume does not decrease or it does not increase Ember cost. Same as Spell Chain. But there is no longer First Hell Pact, which gives +3 to any X cost card. So you can't get that anymore, but it doesn't matter. It's still ridiculous. I might take Spike of the Hellhorn as a way to give Bullet Rage. I don't think it's ever going to be enough, though. I'm going to take it, even though I suspect it's going to disappoint me greatly. But we're going to try. And we're going to do this and that and take that as well. And maybe use it. And who knows? On the plus side, plus Ember units are better paired with X spikes now, thanks to deployment. I'm not sure what you mean by plus Ember units. But yes, deployment definitely helps with things. Wilting Sapwood and Umbra Forge. So, the Umbra Forge, Ember Forge, that is not a banner unit, so that still is not affected by deployment. But, yes, Wilting Sapwood is better. Still a bad unit, and I would love to see it get reworked. Like, it's better, for sure, in Monster Train 2. I still don't know that I care. I don't know if I want to do this yet. I think I will. Because then he has some rage on him, so if I can get a Slay on him, it would be helpful. And there's the Void Armament to help with that. Although actually we're going to do this in a slightly different order. Because I got a little carried away. Because what we meant to do is do the Bloody Moon, which gets the Ember back. We can do that. We can give you that. So, even though this guy's going to get healed by the Chosen Healer, Bullet will have enough damage to cleave through and murder his ass. I'm going to do this, even though it pains me. Unfortunately, I don't have any fungi here, so there's nothing for, like, we don't propagate that, sadly. But oh, that's a problem. Sorry, Truffles. Well, that's not a great pickup, since we don't get to keep it long term. So any like permanent scaling on it doesn't matter, and also like we have no phase control, so it's not going to get to phase often. Go Fetch gets run over by Angels. Sad fate. Yeah. He makes such a sad death sound, too. Anyways, I would love to be able to keep my fungi alive. I could if I were willing to like do different things with Bullet, but whatever. Bullet is getting very low on life, and we cannot let him die. Okay, I think we have to do that so I can summon some troops. Okay, we at least have a couple things here. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I can't let Bullet get purged. I almost can do this. The problem is just that like I need Bullet getting. I just need the fungi to survive. I could also like not put the Selene Acolyte here, which I'd considered. Or just, like, let it go up front right here. Because I do like playing the Moon Pixie out. We'll try it like this. I think that's maybe wrong, because, like, the Selene Acolyte does end up doing quite a bit of damage over the course of the fight. Actually, we'll let the Selene Acolyte die, I guess. We'll see what happens. We'll be seers. Let's see what happens. Like, I don't know there's a good way for me to do this, but we'll see. Like, I could use the Rot this turn instead of using the Calcified Ember, and that's probably worth it. Yeah, like, that's probably all I really need to change. Probably didn't need to let the Selene Acolyte die, either. Also, I can just start dumping Rot on Archeon, and that also helps a ton. Oops. Okay. So we do that. We don't end up playing out Truffles, sadly, but... we also don't lose our Fungi. Unfortunately, he does come back. What a jerk. Yeah, I probably did need Selene Acolyte alive with the way things are going. On the other hand, I am stacking a ton of Rot on him, which is doing a lot of work for us. Yeah, like, you're dead, and Billette's not dying here, so we are just going to play out the Calcified Ember. There we go. A Spell Sling build, actually. I mean, turns out Rot is good if you were building into it. Racking Pain is not bad, because again, it's basically, for our purposes, just trigger the decay an extra time in a turn. I might take Tidal Turning, because Tidal Turning is very good, and I am worried about my defense. Tome of Evergrowth also is pretty good. Just being able to constantly sap enemies, particularly bosses, but even just, like, any boss is good. I do a Tidal Turning, hope for Permafrost. I don't know that we even need to look for Permafrost on it, but yeah, I think it's good, at least if I'm still using the Moon Pixie long term. But yeah, that's what we're doing. Ooh. So, Moonguard's kind of cool, but again, like, I don't actually have, like, good conduit growth. Like, I do have the Moon Pixie. And also, I could upgrade at a shop, and I think that's maybe worth doing. I lean towards swapping to the Moonguard here, because with my poor phase control, like, my Selene Acolyte isn't reliably sweeping for me anyways. Alternatively, I can do Cluster Kernel, which helps me always have spawn for the Bullet situation, which would be rather useful. Still, I think we're just going to take Moonguard. Although I'm probably going to abandon the Selene Acolyte. Now, the other question is, what the fuck am I doing here? I lean towards taking Dross and Split Anvil. Takes care of many of my problems. Yeah, I'm going to do that. We're going to have Ember problems still, and that's kind of just a thing I've, you know, accepted. Okay. Yeah, I forgot that you get, like, no extra HP for rank 2 Headsman, which is a concern. Could do this. Could also do that and put it up front of Bullet, which is a maybe. That's also not bad. But... I think I'm willing to do that. Oh, and I don't have... Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I don't have enough for that! I did want that too. I should have taken the conduit instead of getting fancy with it. Fuck these guys. The draw -1 is really bad, especially when we then also have the Scourge dudes. But, so be it. Well, enjoy your 60 armor silence, my dude. Kind of need to play that, though it does cause issues. Because then I can't play out the Rot, which concerns me, but I really do want the multi-strike on Bullet. Whatever, here we are. Alright. God damn it, he doesn't actually get the Slay. This is the problem with having the Moon Guard up front. But, fine. Oh, and he now does kill because of the extra conduit on the fun guy, which means the Bullet doesn't get the kill. Whatever. It is what it is. Anyways, Puffball has been preventing some of the Scourge problems. It's not perfect by any means, but it is what it is. I've never seen that Moon Guard, or I never even looked at him. Yeah, I mean, he's a rare unit, so it's not uncommon to not have seen him. I don't actually want the glass cannon. Alright, whatever. Unfortunately, again, Bullet's not getting slays, which is a problem. I can't really play spells here, is the problem. And I can't let Bullet get murdered. Yeah, so that's the problem. Alright, let's retry this battle where we don't let Bullet not get kills. Because that's kind of a problem. And it is largely what I expected to happen by doing what I did. And I was worried about that, but hey. Let's see what we can do with not doing that. I can also stoic plate mail you, because I'm pretty sure that doesn't actually interfere with your things, and I totally spaced out that that's an option. But, nonetheless, we'll see what happens. I could, like, descend my guys, but... which is not, like, the worst thing for Kel. It's not great, though. I really just do hate Kel in general. Also, I'd really like to draw the title turning again. That would be nice. Change bullet equip during Relentless. Fair point. Hadn't considered that. And I know I could have done that with bullet right there, and maybe should, honestly. Yeah, the problem is Kel sucks, and I really just want title turning, and I don't have it. Well, I could do this. It is not a great equipment for me. Because then I'm not killing, like, anything here. Can I even kill Kel with that? No, I cannot. Kel is the worst of all creations. Because part of the issue is the moment that the Moon Pixie dies, my damage output drops dramatically. And it's like, yeah, I'm doing 150 damage per swing right now, but... and, like, he'll last 5 turns. But every time I lose a unit, that gets just worse and worse and worse. I really do hate Kel. Cannot express how much my disdain for Kel is multitudinous. I don't know. Whatever. I'm losing my mind here. Again, the problem is, like, I need to not be drawing these things right now. I mean, I suppose I could do the title turning turn 1, and I can probably get through most of the battle without taking damage. It is technically an option. You know, if I weren't using the Selene Acolyte right here. But again, that doesn't, like, super solve my problems. I don't know, whatever. We'll see what happens. I just hate Kel. And I'm so close to killing you, and just not quite there. Not that I have anything to propagate anyways. But still. Yeah, it's not helpful when I'm just not killing things. And like, as much as Puffball's doing some work for me, it does also prevent me from killing those backliners. Oh, and I could have used Truffle's ability there. Oh well. Okay, Corruption Staff ruined my day. Yeah, that sometimes happens. Yeah, you are the worst, Kel. We all know. Oh, Truffles! Yeah, the problem is I can't let Bullet die. I mean, honestly, I could maybe win the run at this point without Bullet, but, like, I just don't want to live in a world where I give up Bullet. Like, that does depress me. But the problem is the corruption is awful. Oh, why are you only taking 7 damage? Oh, because of the Titanite. That's why. Yeah. I don't know, we'll try it one more time. I know I'm fiddling a lot with this, but that's just because I would like to win the battle and use Bullet. I don't know. I'm having a time. We can also, like, set a bottom floor that's also maybe doable. Like, I will try that. The problem is I think I'm not well enough set up for, like, the first turn or two. But maybe we are. Could also avoid playing the Void Armament, but I don't want to. Oh, unhelpful. Unfortunately, I do get Scourges, but whatever. Yeah, and again, I sadly can't build up stacks of troops because they're dying. But at least I can do that, which is good. Drop the Stoic Steward. Yeah, I forgot about dropping him, but... Oh, I can't play that. Because I forgot to use up all my energy. Alright. Die, you filthy piece of shit. Yeah, get absolutely ruined. Like, it turns out Moonguard a lot stronger when I have more units on the floor to benefit from the conduit, among other things. I just really hate Kel. I don't particularly like the waves in that fight, and I really dislike Kel's ability itself. Honestly, a mushy room is not unwelcome. Doesn't really solve my problems, but that's fine. Conduit Mooncycle's okay. Eclipse Chamber is good. I'll take Eclipse Chamber, I guess. Well, we're going here. There are, like, things I would like, but we're going here nonetheless. Zone of Silence is also not bad. And it's a while till I'm at the next boss. Because what I want to do is I want to take Moonglaive and fuse it to the Void Armament to make Bullet into a truly monstrous force. But I don't have the Ember to play that yet, so that is a later problem. Could also take the Zone of Silence. I feel a little bad taking Zone of Silence all the time because it's good, but it feels a bit boring as a one-size-fits-all answer to just so many problems. And I feel like if it were more rare in the pool, like if there were more options in the pool, it wouldn't feel as bad because I wouldn't see it on, you know, so many runs. Or if it just, like, solved less problems. But I feel like Zone of Silence and Inferno Room both solve some of the more difficult problems in the run, and I don't love that. Mage Blade on Bullet sounds good. Like, yeah, that is what we're doing. I was just debating the Silence, because it would be a way to prevent corruption build-up during the Dominion fight. I don't think that's too big of a concern for me. Bloodthirsty Blade is also cute, and I could use that instead of Void Armament. I don't think I'm going to, but I could. Oh, and that's right. I didn't totally want to be using Eclipse Chamber because I do have Steward Room, but I might not need that in the long term. I do need it right now, though. I kind of want to not deployable this just in case we get Dante's Footstool, but the chances of, or not Dante's Footstool, the Whetstone, whatever that's called. But the chances of that are low. Virgin Glaive with the blade. So, if you're talking about the Bloodthirsty Blade, yes, that would be the play if I took that. I don't know that I'm going to. I still lean towards doing Moonlit Glaive Void Armament, but that does have problems. That thing is expensive to play? Yes, it is. I'm gonna do that, even though I don't know that that's right to do. Kind of want to make second Moon Guard. Kind of want to make second Moon Pixie. None of that actually matters at the moment. I really want to get that to lower cost. There's a lot of things I want to do. Kind of want to make another glow up. I just also want to like thin out my deck dramatically. There's a lot of cards that just don't matter to me. What do I want to do, honestly? I'm gonna do this, which is maybe a waste, but that's fine. We're gonna get rid of you. We're going to get rid of you. I'm sorry, Cillian Acolyte. We're gonna do this, and here we are. I don't know that I really need to be utilizing the Prickly Puffball anymore, but here we are. Alright, I'm not playing at the Calcified Ember, sadly, and I don't want to play the Eclipse Chamber yet because I need capacity for the Moon Pixie. Whatever, here we are. But, whatever. I do want to do the title turning. Though I then don't play the Rot, and I also would like to be playing the Rot regularly. Okay, we're gonna not do the title turning. Not now, at least. None of this matters, that's fine. And then we're able to propagate all that delicious conduit. Worked better if I had more things to propagate, but that's a different story entirely. I could do the Bloody Moon to refresh some Ember. But honestly, I don't care. I do want to take the damage from the Vengeful Shard, because every time I do it's money, and I want money. I want to live that money-shaped existence. Most of what I'm doing doesn't matter. Because Belette just kind of murders things. And I'm reasonably confident that I don't really need to worry about you anymore. Or Truffles, who are not important to me. Alright, we'll just knock off a little bit more of his power from the revenge. And slay even more things. And then my team is doing perfectly good work. As Moonguard is now chilling with 714 attack. Or whatever. And Billet's got a non-small amount either. I do like Dome of Evergrowth. I think I'm skipping it. I'm skipping these as well. Now the problem is I really do want both of these. I think I'm going to Merchant of Magic because what I really, really want is I want to make Tidal Turning more usable. I would also be happy to do things with like Spike the Hellhorns. At the Merchant of Steel, I mostly would be hoping for like Smidge Stone on the Moonguard. If I did hit Smidge Stone, I can make a second one, kind of. Although then it would be expensive in deployment, but that's a different matter altogether. Also, I don't totally need to make a second one. I can just put down my second Moon Pixie, which would also be okay. Permafrost could go on the Tidal Turning. I was trying to avoid that, but honestly, it's not the worst thing I could do. Move, consume, holdover. Like, that's the dream. But I guess we'll do this. And... well, we also want it to be minus cost so that it's playable with the split anvil. Okay, well, I'm willing to do this. That's fine. Alright. Could Intrinsic a Gravity. I don't think that really helps me. I don't think really any of that helps me. I think removing some things is going to do a lot more for me. We don't care about equalizing rings. Meat Shield is sort of okay. And Change of Chambers, whatever. We're not taking any of them. And now we gotta beat Kale, which is a little bit of a concern. Depending on what we draw and when, it's not a big deal. But if we draw badly, it is a very big deal. The problem is, like, I could apply Decay, but it wouldn't stop the dude from being eaten. Which is not great in general, but... except now you get the kill... No, that's fine, because you'll still get killed by Kale's attack. Also, I always forget that there is a haste dude in this fight, because I believe it's, like, the only one. And so it's, like, it's not a thing you have to deal with for the rest of the fight. How do I want to do this? I really want to play the title turning. I could do this. The problem is what I want to do is just shoot you there, because then I can get the kill on everything. And I think I have to pop the shield, basically. But it does mean I don't get to play the title turning. Oh well, so be it. Overall, I think that's fine for me. Like, I could descend Kale. If I did descend Kale, I could actually shoot you to stop you from popping the phone guy, which actually might be useful. Oh, you're actually not dying, because this only does 3 damage. Okay, we'll actually just leave that where it's at. I, for some reason, thought that he was killing, but he's not. And that works out. Not at all what I was hoping for. Okay, I lose a little bit of propagating, but on the other hand, I don't lose the foam guy, which is important, especially because they are also getting Conduit, which powers up my Mage Blade, which is, you know, pretty nice. Could equip the Void Armament on things. I don't think that's really helpful at this moment. And I think, again, it's still just better for Bolette to be trampling over everything. So, I guess we're just going to do that. Because the amount of power I get from the Propagate is quite high. Yeah, that's fine. Again, I could descend, but why bother doing that? Quick dagger. I don't think that really matters. I could do this. It does actually sort of help because it means that he'll pop this shield and then Bolette gets all the other kills. No, just for the sake of it. We'll do it. Void Armament is so overpriced. Blood Strike is good, but I wouldn't value at 3 costs and Chance of Purge if I want more offense. I think it's still pretty good even at 3 cost. Like, Multi-Strike is quite good. I think it's less necessary in this game than it was in Monster Train 1, but it's still quite good. And most of the time, the purging part of the Void Armament is not going to come into play. Also, if you really want, you can use this free purges to get rid of your, like, less useful units, which is cute. Unearthed Treasure is fine. We don't, like, make great use of it, but I could use it to get back either Spike the Hellhorn or Tidal Turning, which I like. Should be 5 cost and purge adjacent units. That'd be quite the thing. Kind of want the Coven Spike. I don't really want another Calcified Ember. I think we're fine without it. I think we've stabilized enough now. And we're going to take extra Ember for reasons. How you doing, by the way, Tom? Yeah, we're gonna go here. I guess. I kind of want to do stuff here, but that's okay if I don't. I'm sick, unfortunately. I've been coughing a bit today. That is not great. I feel you, my friend. Alright, the major greed comes in, but here we are. Alright, Headsman 3. I always think that he has higher HP. It's because his other paths have higher HP than this, but I always think this path has like 80 or 100 HP. But it makes sense that it doesn't, especially because you can mix it with his like permanent HP gaining path. Just that time of year? Understandable. How goes the monster training, by the way, Tom? Since I haven't been able to catch your streams. I might get rid of the gravities. They just really do not do much for me. They're okay during the Dominion fight, though, which is partly why I've been putting it off. Truffles really doesn't need to be in the deck. I'm just going to get rid of the Witch Weaves, I think. Because they truly are not doing anything for me. Technically, if I cared about score, I could have just not healed myself, because damage taken in the fight is calculated by where you started versus where you ended. And so if I start at 118 and I end at 120, even if I took, 5 damage before that, it doesn't matter. I don't lose any score. But starting at the max health means that unless I heal back to the max health, like, I don't know. It's very slightly different. It's just a little harder to retain max score. Don't really care, though. Finally got all new clans to level 10. Quite enjoying most of the new clans. Why'd you say most of the new clans? Alright, it's Rax. It's this. I don't know. I would like to set up bottom floor, but we might just accept taking some damage. Because I do need time to, draw into things I care about. So, I think we're just doing this. So I have a little bit of time to draw what I need first. I forgot that I have minus Ember. That's actually catastrophically bad. Because I can't equip Bullet's equipment now. Well, so be it. I think Fella's just okay. I think she's good. I do think that people are overestimating her. Because she definitely can have situations where she is in a pretty bad state. Oh, and I forgot that I need you not to be here so I can play out the Moon Pixie. Whoops. I'm sorry, we gotta not do that. Yeah, I didn't even pay attention that the minus Ember was a problem. It is a huge issue for the fight now. Because not being able to buff Bullet is a big issue. It's not an insurmountable issue. Kind of. It is very bad, though. Actually, the Demo Champs might be my least favorite in terms of enjoyment to play anyway. Making a forward cost equip was questionable to me anyway. I think making the forward cost equip is perfectly reasonable overall. But, yeah, we got some problems. But yeah, I get you, Tom. I think... yeah, I really need you earlier, Moon Pixie. Yeah, and unfortunately I can't play the Rot this turn. Yeah, well, we're gonna have problems, but that's fine, I guess. I ascended him so that I would have more things on the floor to benefit from the conduit, but I still have a lot of issues. I would love to have gotten the Moon Pixie onto that floor, but I think she would have shot herself to death with the extra conduit. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. But I'm curious if I could make her fit on that floor. Yeah, anyways, I will at some point say other words. Yeah, because like I thought, it's exactly enough for her to die because she's hitting so many buffs here. Which is a problem. So if we do this, it makes you stronger, but I do less damage overall, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna take a lot of damage if I even survive this fight. I was really hoping Truffles would give me, like, a multi-strike equipment to overcome my great and terrible problems in life. Yeah, and then the sap kind of wears off, and I start taking a lot of damage. Again, without Bullet actually able to kill anything, my deck works a lot less well. Turns out, kind of a problem. Yeah, honestly, I'll play that out just because I have the energy for it. Like, once we get to the boss, I'm pretty sure I win, even though Rax is scary, especially because I'm fighting him on mid-floor unless I ascend him right now, which I could. Maybe I do. There we go. Okay, what an absolute clusterfuck of a fight. I still take even more damage, but we're alive. Yeah, having the reduced Ember, really bad for me right there. Really bad. Yeah, I was gonna say things about Fel and Phoenix and all that. I will say, I like Phoenix quite a bit, though I would like him a lot more if there were more cooldown support in, well, in Pyreborn in general, but also in the game as a whole. There's only, what, 3 different things that lower cooldown? And so for a champion that is largely about his ability, I think it's very cool to have a champion who's about his ability. And he's one of very few champions who has an activated ability, especially because his is by base, whereas like Fel's is on only one of her champion paths. Same with Lion's Mane. And then Ekka also, I guess Ekka and Ardoon both get one on one of their paths. I think that's it, though. No, Talos has one. Anyways, there's more than I was thinking. Regardless, also Orechi and Grail have one. Point is, there's more than I was thinking on the champions. But Phoenix, I believe, is the only one who, aside from Talos, has it by base. And his is much more focused than Talos's is. But it's hard to get a ton of value out of his attack, or out of his ability, because there is so few ways to actually reduce the cooldown on it to make you able to use it more often. We're gonna not take these. Ritual Tome is kind of cute. I might take the Coven Spike now. I'm gonna skip that. We could probably put it to good use here, but we're skipping it. Alright, we're going here, even though healing would be nice, but we can also heal from the Rot. Spell Chain is not what we want. No, that's not really helpful. So the room card is going to pull Eclipse Chamber, which is not really pertinent to my needs. I'll take that, though. Could Permafrost the Gravity and just use it to keep moving Dominion off the floor. I could also use it potentially on Savagery, which is not like the worst thing. I might do that. And by that I mean, fuck it. I'm not going to give that any other upgrades, so. Really just wanted Remove Consume on the title turning, but so be it. I could hold over the Gravity. Could also hold over a Glow Up or a Rot. Bloody Moon's also kind of cute. I'm just gonna do this. I don't think I need to, but I've chosen to do it nonetheless. I don't think the Holy Stone helps me any. I don't think any of that helps me, really. Poor Truffles, you just don't really matter to me. A whole lot of things here don't matter to me. But so be it. Alright, well, we made some decisions. I probably should have held over the Gravity, which is not what I did. But here we are. So, that goes there. This goes here. you're down, you're there, you bully Dominion for a moment. Unfortunately, I couldn't trigger the Ember Staff, but, you know, it is what it is. I do get some corruption, which I don't love. And I could do this, but I would like to hold off on the title turning if I can. It might be a little greedy to do that, but we're going to try. I like to do the Spike of the Hellhorn, but my options are somewhat limited. And you're going to die at this rate, which is okay, I guess. Yeah, not great. Really need the equipment for Bullet, among other things. I probably shouldn't be playing both of my holdover things. Oh, and I used the gravity. The whole point of using the gravity was, to not put myself in this position. Well, we'll see what we can do. But I really need to draw the title turning now. This fight is going real fucking poorly for me. Yep, that's not great. Interesting. Technically alive. Travels to the rescue. Oh, I need to remember Versatile Ember Staff. I keep forgetting that I could be triggering that. Okay, well, I take damage from those guys, which sucks, but whatever. At least I am not dead yet. It's going real badly for me, though. It was such a terrible start. I probably maybe should have just done the title turning earlier. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're doing this slightly differently, so I can take less damage. Because what we're supposed to do is do that, and that, and that. There we go. Could have used that earlier, but so be it. And that's only Descend. Well, still taking damage, which is real fucking bad. Again, this fight has been real goddamn catastrophic for me. Especially because the trample does not... Like, just the reanimated guys are not doing great for me. Like, I'll be very clear about that, but... But, so be it. I mean, there's no reason to play anything here. Not enough HP for Titanfield Badman. That's a maybe. I sort of have ways around the Titans. But yes, I do have probably too low HP, kind of. Depending on the order we draw things in, we might be fine. But yeah, that was a catastrophically bad Seraph fight. Which I was worried about. I partly played it wrong because I was supposed to save the gravity for a different turn, and I didn't. And that led to problems. Nonetheless, here we are. Okay. We're gonna do that just so I can get Ember back. Technically should have done that in a slightly different order. That's fine. Nah, and he doesn't survive, so he do take the damage there, which I was trying to avoid. I do want the title turning. I think I probably want to save it for now, though. Descend the Pixie. Yeah, I was thinking about that. So I kind of spaced out that that was an option until I'd already spent some of my Ember. So I was saving that, but I still think it's probably better to do this now. I can play that, which works with the versatile Ember Staff. The problem is I would like to get the Eager Conscript done first, so I can get all the armor on it as well. But we'll see how this works. The part of the issue is I really badly need to draw the Rot, and I have not drawn it yet. Wrong Rot, but we'll see what happens. I also need to draw Bullet's armor. Or not armor, equipment. Yeah, I'm sort of dead at this moment because I haven't drawn the Rot yet, among other problems. Yeah. So, like, if I had held on to the gravity... Like, there are ways in which I could survive this. Really needed other draws. Alright, we'll try it one more time, but I think we just came in with too low HP. I mean, I can also just do some things differently, like set up here. So that has other problems. Actually, we'll Try top 4 instead. That has plenty of problems on its own, but here we are. No, you still die here. Well, how dare you? Life is a problem in multitudinous quantities. Yeah, and then having linked him up with others is also quite bad for us. But hey. I'd love to ascend you, but I actually have to play that. Yeah. I just have a lot of problems, and the fact that I have Savagery linked up with the enemies just makes things even worse. Yeah. Anyways, I'm pretty sure I'm dead. I need to have drawn this Rot earlier to have any hope of it. And I don't have any hope of that. So here we are. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, I'll let it die. It's unfortunate. I had a very bad Sarah fight, and if I had more time to set up, we'd be okay, but I don't. Whatever, that's fine. It was a messy deck, and sometimes you just lose. Really hate Pyre of Entropy. It has felt a little silly. I've lost more times on stream to the Titans than I had, and I think all of the testing period. Easy fight, just to send the guy smacking your Pyre. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Savagery is the main problem in that fight. I also don't like that you can't daze Entropy. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't like about the fight. People have heard me complain about it nonstop, so it's not like this is new information. I might just take Fira's Inferno. I don't think it's an amazing artifact in general, but I don't think I'm going to go Horde generation enough for the expanded coffers to matter. So I may as well take this. Could also just take the gold. What's that symbol for expanded coffers? If you're talking about the golden egg looking symbol, that is Dragon's Horde, which is a Pyreborn specific mechanic. It allows you to, outside of battle, choose whether you want to loot your Horde. The more Horde stacks you have, the more it gets you. It gets you some gold, can also get you some artifacts from a special pool, and then it can also even get you normal artifacts if you have enough as well. I still need to do full Pyromaniac, and they keep not offering me Pyromaniac. I don't know. I think Golden Crown is fine. I'm going to take Overlord, even though I don't think it's an amazing start for Overlord. Also, I hate Pyre of Entropy. Cool mechanic. Yeah, I like it. It's definitely not my favorite mechanic in the game. Just because it's not personally how I want to play. But I do think it's a great addition to the game. And I think it works really well and helps separate... I think it helps really separate Pyreborn from, like, earlier clans. Like the Monster Train 1 clans. So yeah, overall I think it's a very good addition to the game. Well, we're gonna do that. Just try to feed some slays to Phoenix. Eventually it's okay if the Guildmonger dies. That's kind of what we want him to do. Yeah, we'll do that. Cut out a little bit of incoming damage to the Steward. Actually, I will do the healing on the Guildmonger. I think I didn't pay attention to which boss it was, but I think no matter which boss, he's still going to die at this rate. So we'll heal him because it is better for us. Okay, so we're a lot closer to getting the kill, and this way we get more Pyre Gel on him by a little bit, which means that we have a better shot at the rest of these dudes killing. In particular, these guys are going to murder the shit out of him. Like, the Snotty Whelps are not amazing overall, but when you've got a boss isolated, they do tons of work for you. Pyrocask is fine. I like Fireball. Doesn't work like great with Phoenix. At least not Overlord Phoenix, but I'll still take it. Ruby and Savagery. I mean, Starstruck is good. Gravity is awkward, but it is fairly decent for us here, since Phoenix is so large that it's hard to fit other units on the floor. So we could use it as a way to overstack. I'm going to take that. Maybe regret it. I'm going to consider my options carefully. I'm going to go here. What I want is Intrinsic. I do like Magma Cultist. Magma Mauler's a maybe, because it's a better frontliner. I do also have the Guildmonger already, which is sort of going to frontline for us. And if I can get Conduit of a meaningful degree, then we can just use the Phase Blessings for plenty of defense. I like the Magma Cultist. I kind of want to take Magma Cultist. I very much like Magma Cultist. I lean towards taking Magma Cultist. Part of the issue here, though, again, is like I can't really fit things on Phoenix's floor. How much do I care? I know, fine. We'll take Magma Mauler for once. He's okay, and he does work pretty well in Relentless. Double stack is a no. I do want the minus cost, but I need to hold on to my gold for the reroll. Holdover is good on both Pyre Ball and Phase Blessing. I think we're doing this. And for the moment, we're just going to give it magic power. I would love to do other things in the future, but for the moment, just like 15 healing / overhealing into armor is good enough for us. Alright, we'll try it like this, because I do want the Guildmonger to die. And this gives me a little bit of time to add a Conduit. Okay. And so you're going to get the kill again. Phoenix has a Slay bonus. I did breeze past that, but that is partly why I care about him getting the kills. Unfortunately, I can't descend the Snotty Whelp because he just dies. I really want to get rid of the Calcified Ember. I think I might just do that. Yeah, it feels a little bad, but I want to get rid of the Calcified Ember, so... I have enough Blights going into my deck anyways, so... Good morning, Ghost Sal. How are you? Hope you're well. How's the weather? It's going alright. I hope this will be a horde-filled run of a hoarding. It's probably not going to be that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm alright. Unfortunately, I'm not killing here. Well, so be it. Why'd you say things you know will hurt me? Because sometimes you just deserve to be hurt, Tiny. Sometimes that's just how it is. Okay, well we have the kill here, so no need to get fancy. We know the boss dies, and we know Phoenix is going to get the kill, so we're going to do that. Flicker is good. Lava Armor's not bad when we're utilizing, like, the Magma Mauler, especially when we're also utilizing, like, Phase Blessing to, like, armor him up a bunch. I don't really want a Calcified Ember again when I just went through the trouble of getting rid of one, but it is good. I like Flicker a lot, though that'd be a lot better with the Magma Cultist. My deck would also be better without Pyre of Entropy. God, I so want them to rework Pyre of Entropy, and I don't think they're going to, but I really hold a special level of disdain for it. Fuck it, let's take Lava Armor. I don't want another Calcified Ember. Another Phase Blessing, I think we're going to skip. And we'll save that, unless we really want the 25 gold. Once again, I think we're going here, though there are some things I'd really want at the Merchant of Arms. If I don't go to the Merchant of Arms now, I won't see them ever. I cannot tell if Monster Arena 2 has been financially a success or not yet, as much as I'm aware of anything. As such, I'm wary of anything really being updated. I mean, obviously I don't have access to the financials or anything like that. So far, it looks like a success. And I think it deserves to be a success. I think it's a great game, and I think it appeals to people in the roguelike deck builder genre in a lot of ways. I think it's an improvement upon Monster Train 1 in a number of ways, and is just a fabulous experience. I think it's probably going to get updated. It seems likely at this point that it has enough, you know, hype and success surrounding it for them to keep working on it. Needs more silencing enemies? Yeah, for sure, obviously. But, anyways, like, I'm certainly holding out hope for updates, and I definitely expect that they want to work on this game for a long time to come. So I imagine they have plans already. Soul Smelter was kind of cute. Spell Sanctum is a maybe. But what I really wanted was Mind Cage. Inferno Room is also not bad. Steward's Court is also not bad. But we're going to do that. Always do the event first. So if I do get Stygian, I could potentially get Siren Song, which just trivializes the Titan fight, which is unfortunate. Although I don't know if this pulls from my currently unlocked pool or just all the cards. I kind of assume it's from my currently unlocked pool. And I don't even know if I've unlocked Siren Song, because I haven't leveled up any of the Monster Train 1 clans yet. Obviously, I don't have access to their finances or anything. That sounds like someone who does have access. I really don't. I mean, like, obviously, I can't talk about anything from, like, the testing that I do. So even if I did know anything, I couldn't share, but I don't. Like, I'm not an employee, so I don't have access to any of their anything. So, Monster Train 2 Hat Trick Challenge win. I will do it eventually. I actually really look forward to that. I think the Hat Trick Challenge is such a fun challenge. I have no idea what the devs plan, but like I'm actually trying to get them to implement the Hat Trick Challenge as like an official mode, so I don't have to like track it myself. I think that would be a really fun thing for them to add. It would also cut out some of the weirdness of the challenge. Like they would be able to code it so that just anything that was in your deck can't even show up in your starting draft, since that's one of the weird aspects of the Hat Trick Challenge. But anyways, I hope that it's officially supported sometime. Even if it isn't, I will eventually do it. But for the time being, we're just playing the game and getting better at the game, since I am still somewhat inconsistent. But also, I just like playing different sorts of decks, and that's always going to be inherently a little inconsistent. Hence the whole jank moniker. I don't know. Rare Banished also gets us access to a bunch of useful things. Like it gets us possibly Fly, so we can overstack floors easily. It gets us potentially like damage shields to the whole team, which is real good. It also gets just like Valor, which is okay. I think we'll just do this. Now, what do I want here? So these are all good. I lean towards Tome of the Lost Path, but we also already have Gravity, so I don't totally need that. Eagle Heart, on the other hand, is maybe a way that I can get Phoenix even more kills if we get his attack high enough. The problem being that I don't have any other way to shift him. So if I shift him to the front, he's stuck in front, and that's a problem. I'm just gonna take this, I think. We could also use Wings Radiance to take down higher health enemies and or to speed up Dominion dramatically. But we'll take this and just see how it goes. For Monster Train 2 charts, they're not doing too bad with high Pika players sitting at 18,500. Yeah, as far as I can tell, it's going pretty decently. But obviously, again, like we don't know their internal numbers or anything. But I'm certainly hopeful. Funny that if you make your dragon able to fly, it forgets how to breathe fire. Yeah. I mean, I can make my other dragons fly and they'll do just fine. Oops, that's not what I meant to grab. Alright. I still have not cast the Pyre. I guess I played it once. It was useful when I used it, but... So first off, I guess we do that. So you do survive like this, but I could also fly something else down to body block. I think we're just playing that out and then using it like next turn to block if we need to. Unfortunately, this won't get a kill for Phoenix. I mean, Inkbound had a lot of issues on release as far as like players complaining, namely about the monetization, and also like. Yeah, it had a lot of things. I still think it was a very good game. I really like Inkbound, even if I don't think it lived up to its potential. Could do this. I think it's probably worth it for me to do that, even if it's not perfect. So I could play things to stop the pyre damage, or I can just play this here. And I think that's useful. I think I'm okay with just taking the damage. Then you'll die there. He deals damage to himself at the end of the turn, and with enough Pyre Gel and low enough HP, that's fine. Unfortunately, I can't play out the Calcified Ember and still do the things I care about, so here we are. Because I do want to not take a bunch of damage. Guildmonger dies, so we keep incrementing our horde, which, like, who really cares? People freaking out and dramatic over cosmetic microtransaction is very weird for me with the Inkbound. Yeah. Like, I get their complaints. I do think that they were overstated. For a lot of reasons, but it is what it is. We're going to do that so you can get a kill, and then we're going to ascend you so we take a little less damage on our dudes. And then get a little bit more healing and armor in. I'm going to take some pyre damage, both from Archeon and the guy who's going to hit my pyre once. Oh well. Okay. I mean, I don't really need to play anything here, but here we are. I just got here, wouldn't be able to tell you what's wrong with Inkbound because I never played it because it's co-op. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to play co-op. I basically only played it single player, and I still had a very good time with it. I think there's a lot to like about the game. I just think that it really would have benefited from, well, from a number of things. It would have benefited from more, like, boss variety, which, again, is something that they wanted to do over time, but, you know, they weren't able to support the game as long as they wanted. Among other things. But, like, yeah, a little more variety. Though there's still good variety in the game. Would have helped it a lot. And there's a couple, like, systems that felt a little underbaked that I would have liked to have them flesh out a bit more. On the whole, though, it's a good game. I really like the Vestige system, especially with the set bonuses. Not that that's the first game I've seen that does that, because games like Skull the Hero Slayer also have a very similar set bonus, which is also quite satisfying there. Anyways, Inkbound is a good game. I think it got much more, like, controversy and outcry than it deserved, which was a shame. Again, not a perfect game. Does have flaws, but I liked it quite a bit. Kind of want the Hell Furnace, though again, that would be a lot better with a Magma Cultist. Would still be pretty okay, since we have the on-strike damage, and we have the lava armor. Didn't even know it had controversy. The controversy was just really that they wanted it to be a game that they could support long-term. And so they wanted it to be a game where they would, like, release constant, like, seasonal updates where they would, like, introduce more story and more enemies and new, like, environments, like, you know, alternate zones you could go to in a run, more bosses, all of that. Like, they wanted to be a game where they, like, were constantly iterating upon that. And so for that, they wanted to set up, like, a live service model where they had Battle Pass and they had, like, cosmetic, like, skins that you could buy and things like that. So that they had a way that, like, ongoing players could support them. So, not altogether, like, weird, you know, business model compared to what's currently the trend in gaming. But there's a lot of people who do hate battle passes and skins and all that. I totally get that. I'm not a fan of battle passes. I'm not... Whatever. The other half of it was that it released into early access, and so people were more outraged, saying, like, it's not even a finished game, and they have the audacity to be charging microtransactions for an early access game. And that I don't, like, really agree with. At least not in the sense of Inkbound in particular. There are definitely games that, like, release in early access, are very unfinished, and then try to charge extra for things, and then never finish the game. But, like, Inkbound, at the time that it entered early access, had a good gameplay loop. It had, like, you could do a full run. It wasn't like they were missing zones and bosses and all those things. It was in early access essentially just so that it could get more player feedback on ways to tune the abilities and the enemies and to, like, flesh out things. Like, that's fairly common for a lot of roguelikes these days, where things might sound good in theory, but once you actually put them in practice, they're not as satisfying as you want them to be. And so releasing in early access is a way to be getting more community feedback and, you know, some monetary support while they continue working on the game. Anyways, so, like, I didn't mind that for Inkbound. Like, I get the sentiment, but I think it garnered way more hatred in that regard than it deserved. And it's one of those things where, like, once it starts, it became kind of an echo chamber, and so people, even people who hadn't played the game, started, like, parroting it. So, whatever. And it didn't help them that it was their follow-up game after Monster Train, and it is a very different game for Monster Train, so of course it also attracted people who are like, well, why are they working on this garbage when they could be working on Monster Train? They've lost all the goodwill that they had for Monster Train. Which is the same sort of, like, bullshit that, like, Into the Breach gets for not being FTL2. And I really hate that sort of sentiment, by the way. Like, devs are free to work on what they're passionate about, and they don't have to make... They don't have to make the game that you want them to make. Anyways, here we are. That said, I'm... In a weird way... It's weird for me, because, like, as much as I like Inkbound, I am so much happier that they're working on Monster Train 2. Like, I feel a little guilty and bad about that, because, again, I liked Inkbound, and I want the devs to be able to work on the games that they want to work on, but also, like, selfishly, I love Monster Train 2, and I'm so glad this is the game that they're working on now. But, whatever. Anyways, I think we're taking Hell Furnace. Actually paying attention to the run, I think we're taking Hell Furnace, even though it gives me another calcify number, and I'm not, like, crazy good on Pyrogel right now. But on the other hand, Silver Ink. Actually, maybe I'm taking Silver Ink here. Yeah, we'll take Silver Ink. Hothead is not good, not bad. Lunar Priestess is kind of appealing because it gives me more conduit. I think we maybe want the Hothead though. Yeah, I'll take Hothead. Probably more Ember per turn. Yeah, fine. We'll do it. It solves a couple problems for me. I am willing to loot this right now. That's fine. That's not bad for me. When you said Hothead is not good, I was spat out my drink. I don't mean Hothead's a bad unit. I just mean that, like, it's not necessarily what we specifically wanted right now. Jank rant over. I mean, if you guys don't come here to hear me rant, like, you come to the wrong place. That said, I really appreciate that you guys seem to enjoy hearing my thoughts on these things. I like talking about the game, of course, but I also like, you know, ranting about my thoughts. I like talking about design and my analysis of it. You know, all those things. So I do really appreciate being able to share those thoughts with you guys. I know some people hate listening to streams when they're not directly talking about the run in progress. Anyways, I think we're going here. Merchant of Trinks is not bad, but I would like to make my units better. Alright, so Phoenix Fire 2, which now gives Explosive, which is dramatically stronger. Unfortunately, these goddamn calcified embers are ruining my life, but whatever. Dualism, I think we're gonna give that to you, even though it's a bit of a sketch move. If there's one thing that bugs me about Monster Hunter 2 is the same flying bosses each time. Monster Hunter 1 had sets of 2, I think. Yes, but it did not have them at release. And I would fully expect that's a thing that we're gonna get eventually. And it does not surprise me that it was not on release, because having more flying bosses, like, greatly increases, like, dev time. Like, it might not sound like it, but more so than, like, adding more enemies. They have to have more, like, impressive artwork. They have to have a full, like, iteration and design process where you plan out 3 whole, like, different variants for the boss, while still having, like, a good core identity of, like, what that boss does. And, more importantly, it takes way more testing time, because you have to start testing, like, every variation of all of the bosses, not to mention all the, like, bugs that get introduced, especially because, like, flying bosses are mechanically more complex than, like, normal enemies are, so they're definitely more prone to bugs. So, yeah, like, I totally get it not being here to start with. That said, I would not at all be surprised if they come post-release. Not what I was hoping for. Honestly, might take the Avarice. This feels bad, but I might do this, because I do lack any meaningful way to buff my damage. So we'll do this for now and just try to get... Oh, I did fuck up a little bit. That's fine. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. Also didn't look at this. That's fine. Honestly, the Shade Guard would not be terrible for us, but it's not good right now. Unfortunately, now I remove cards, which is... just makes it so I have a higher density of Vengeful Shards to draw. Everyone's favorite. Really hate Pyre of Entropy. Anyways, let's get rid of that. The problem is I really badly want to hit Intrinsic. I also want to get Tome of Contracts, which I don't think I've seen offered a single time since we've been in full release. But Tome of Contracts would further reduce Phoenix's cooldown, it would be the only way for me to get it to naturally cooldown 1, which is what I would like to do. Yeah, unfortunately, you guys are jerks. And we are getting a bunch of corruption on you. But I can at least defend you somewhat. Oops. There we go. Oh, here we are. At the very least, we have a true final boss thing that isn't DLC. Yeah. Okay, so this is why we took Silver Ink. So that this now gives 100 armor. Would have been nice to know said enemies explode and inflict corruption. I believe you can hover over it while in the pre-fight situation to know. Because like you can hover it here. And you can definitely do that in Monster Train 1, and I think it has the same functionality, so I think it works. Sal, I have a challenge for you. What's your challenge? Alright, so we're doing that so we can build conduit, so this can hit for 3, so we can kill that. Yeah, it turns out Silver Ink is better than it sounds like, by the way. Also, we're generating a lot of Pyrogel since this guy has dualism on him. And so he is doubling the Pyrogel generation. It's a lot. It's a lot. Can you do that on console? I have no idea. I assume there's a way to like hover this on that screen, but I have no idea what the controls are. I have no idea. I've never tried. Make a room equipment that is interesting, fun, but most of all balanced. I can already tell you mine. I mean, I've definitely put some thought into this for reasons. But what is your idea, Tiny? As we're doing this so that we can get more avarice, so I can put my gold to work, since we're largely just taking turns, having Phoenix and the Hothead shoot each turn. If I get another Mine Cage, which I might just like dupe one, I will probably give it to the Hothead, but we'll see what we're capable of. And we are getting a fair bit of extra slays on Phoenix. He's still not, like, getting insane attack power, but that's fine. That's not the expectation. Really wish that I could get the Snotty Whelps on that floor, but that's just not happening. Back to front shirt, where you attack from the back to front instead. I've thought about some things like that. The problem is that it mostly ends up being just, like, budget sweep. And is not that great in actual practice. It's still okay, but it is basically just budget sweep. Which is whatever. It's fine. Like, I kind of want Animus of Speed to be updated to do that, because with their current level of attack, Animus of Speed basically serves no fucking purpose in the game. Because their attack is just too low to matter with Quick. Like, yeah, they can attack for 30 damage into a 500 HP heavy. You know, one of two 500 HP heavies, in fact. So, like, just doesn't fucking matter. But it would be thematic for a unit that is throwing a javelin to be hitting the backline unit, and that would give a purpose to having Quick, because you could be killing backliners before they do anything. And so, like, that's kind of cool. On the other hand, again, if you just have sweep on any quick unit, they're already doing that, but better. So, like, it's a little bit of, like, still, why would we bother? Especially when a unit like Test Subject Alpha exists. At least Test Subject Alpha is not in the same clan as Animus of Speed, but the point still remains that it is just a worse Test Subject Alpha. What do you think of the crossovers? I think they're fine. I think that people who lost their mind over the crossovers were really overreacting. So I think I'm going to save your ability for next turn so we can get an extra slay. Even though that's a bit greedy. That's fine. We'll do this because we still get the kill here. Anyways, I think mostly the crossovers are good. I think the follower units from the Cult of the Lamb one are not good units. But that's not, like, a big deal. It's sort of like the Spike Drivers from Monster Train 1 in that they're just kind of awkward units. Like, they have a lot of multi-strike, but you have to invest in them heavily to do anything. So, like, it's not a big deal. Unfortunately, I very quickly get to a point where my dudes are sapped pretty heavily. But that's fine, he's got a bunch of Pyrogel. Yeah, anyways, the Belatra one is okay. It's fine. It has some cool artifacts, although I think the boss mute one is perhaps a little too strong still. Yeah, what are you doing? And what am I missing? There's the Inkbound one, which I think has some really cool artifacts, though I think Wollo's Bloodletter probably needs to be stronger. It just mostly doesn't have enough payoff for what it does. If there were more units with, like, revenge triggers, it would have a better, like, role in the game. Especially if there were more units like Wrathful Prince that get stronger on taking damage. But, like, it's whatever. It's fine. By the way, what's the new hardest boss in the game and however will we manage? God, great question. When she was first introduced to the demo, it was definitely a Thane, because a Thane was just that same boss, basically. Why do you play that sound and nothing else does? It's very weird. Athena is a really cool visual design, by the way. I don't really like her boss, like her mechanic design, but especially because I don't think it's very fitting to her art. Like, she does not read as a unit that gives incant spikes, but whatever. I would say probably the new, like, hardest boss in the game is Quoto, in that he's very forgettable. Ajax at least, like, can fuck up a certain quality of decks. But, like, Quoto mostly doesn't matter, and I honestly forget he exists all the time. Corrin, depending on what you're doing, can feel like that, but, like, Corrin is at least, like, threatening a fair amount of the time. But, like, when Corrin comes out and you immediately ascend Corrin and then just delete every enemy that they pull to the bottom floor, really feels bad for Corrin. But, yeah. Yeah. I fucking hate Kel. Like, non-ironically, Kel is by far the worst, like, minor boss in the game. And not, just, like, he's definitely beatable, but his waves are not fun. He has way too many Scourge units, because he has, like, 1 per wave, and then 2 per wave for 4 waves in a row. Like, if you are not trying to set up on bottom floor, your hand just gets bricked by Scourges instantly. And if you're trying to kill them via spells, if you ever miss drawing them, then you basically have no ability to recover, because then you draw 2 Scourges, and then you draw 4 Scourges, and then you draw 6 Scourges. Like, it's really stupid. I think that's a really bad wave design. And then Kel himself is just like, as much as I love Monster Train 2, there are some design choices that I would like to see reined in or, like, reworked. And Kel kind of exemplifies those. He does a bunch of unavoidable damage to the backline. Can't avoid it with stealth. You can't really, like, heal it because the corruption just builds up. Especially in Relentless, even if you are healing your dudes, it doesn't matter because the corruption still ticks down. And then he also has an incant trigger to then further fuck your guys. Like, I just really dislike it. I think he's just a terrible design. If he had, like, you know, at higher Covenant, he has 1,000 some HP. If he had, like, 500 HP, whatever, he'd be much more manageable. But I just don't think he fulfills a good design identity and mostly just exists to make backline support units even less viable. And I think that's bad. What if you don't play any spells on Florizon? It doesn't matter on Higher Covenant because all of your units start with, like, the moment he appears, he applies 5 corruption to all your units. So even if you don't play any spells on him, he still has put 5 corruption on all of your units. And there's a lot of low health units in the game, and there's not a lot of clans that have ways to, like, adequately defend backliners. Like, Under Legion has Amorous Inoki is the only way to increase the health or, like, put defense on their backliners. Pyreborn has no ways to do it. Banished can sort of do it by shifting people to the front and trading who gets the Valor armor. And other than that, they've got 2 spells that give damage shields to the entire floor, one of which is rare and is a consume spell. They just, like, don't have a ton of ways. Remnant has no ways to do that. They have stealth. Like, it's just, I think it's just not great for the game, particularly in the way that it doesn't play with most defensive strategies. It's the same complaint I have about Dominion Seraph, but at least Dominion Seraph, you know for a fact you are fighting, and so you've all run long to prepare an answer, instead of just a boss that sometimes is going to show up at ring 4, and, like, you don't know if you're going to fight them, and if you do fight them, you might not have been able to find an answer yet, and that's really irritating to me. Also, Dominion Seraph actually has some counterplay, because you can, like, daze him, you can ascend or descend him, so he's not on your floor at the end of the turn. Like, there's some counterplay there. Kel is just, oh, I exist and now you're corrupted and you gotta fucking deal with it. What was the 3-cost damage shield and everything? Was that from the other clan I was using? That is what the banished rare card, Sanctuary. Which is good, but again, it's a rare card, it's a consume card, and by ring 4, there's a good chance you haven't seen it, even if you end up seeing it later on in the run. Benediction is Valor and damage shield 1 to your entire floor. Sanctuary is just damage shield 3 to the whole floor. So, anyways, that is my whole complaint. As far as what we're actually doing here, I might take the Sacrificial Chamber. I know I've spent a large chunk of this run ranting, so bear with me. I kind of want the Sacrificial Chamber. I spent so much time ranting, I kind of forgot what's even in my deck. I mean, I can't really think of a solution to your problem that isn't removing corruption from the game entirely. The problem is not corruption as a whole. The problem is the way it's being applied. Like, if Kel only had the incant corruption, that's annoying, but it at least has, like, a clear design identity that, like, hey, you need to prepare your floor before you fight him. And, like, you are intending to take him on with, like, raw damage rather than, like, nickel and diming him with spells. Even if he had just, like, if his incant trigger affected every unit on your train, I would also be sort of okay with that. I just really dislike specifically that he applies corruption to all your units, no matter where they are, the moment he appears. That is what I dislike. It's not corruption as a whole. I think corruption is fine. I think it's a little lame, but on the whole, like, it has enough counterplay. Particularly, like, every other unit that applies corruption. Like, you can kill them on a different floor. You can daze them for the ones that do it on strike. You can put endless units up front or other chump blockers to kind of absorb the corruption. Like, there's plenty of counterplay to corruption as a whole. Kel specifically, I think, is a problem. Anyways, fuck it, we're taking this. I spent too much time thinking about it. Lunacy is not bad for us. Planetarium, I might have taken, except that I just took another room and I don't want more calcified embers. I kind of want to go here. Kind of want to do the Merchant of Arms, especially because there's a part of me that really wants to see Hall of Mirrors. I don't think Hall of Mirrors is legit that great for me right now, but I still kind of want it. What I really want, though, is I want a Merchant of Magic, because I badly, badly want Intrinsic. The problem is I want Intrinsic on two separate things. I want it on both the Tome of the Lost Path, and I want it on the Silver Ink. If I go here, honestly, I don't know what I would be looking for, probably because I can't think of what all artifacts are here. But we'll go here, we'll see what happens. Inferno Room is not bad. I don't think it's necessary for my needs, though. Stoic Plate Mail, I think, is lame. And there's Hall of Mirrors. Do I live the dream? I think I live the dream. I think it's maybe not the best time to live the dream, but I think I might still do it. Sure, the devs had things in mind that the player could do right, otherwise that'd just be slapping Infect with zero thought for consequences. So, I mean, yes and no. Like, something can sound good in theory and not be good in practice, or also, like, a lot of things, particularly in a roguelike deck builder, are going to depend on, like, playstyle. Like, if you... There are some things that are not going to look like a problem if you always play the run in the same way. Whereas, like, once you release that to a wider audience, people who have different, like, preferences for things they like to do or whatever are going to find issue with it. Like, yeah, like... The devs are aware, and I'm not saying they don't care or are not paying attention. They definitely are. But, like, I can understand how they arrived at something like Kel, even if I still think it's a problem. Also, I imagine they're being cautious about, like, big changes currently. And it's something that will probably ease up over time as they get, you know, time, more player feedback and play data and time to actually address those after they're done with, like, the initial round of bug fixes and all that. I don't know if I've ever taken Large Mystery Box here. I just really dislike it. No surprise to anyone who's watched me for any, you know, length of time. Not a big fan of random effects. If it gave you an ephemeral card, at least, I would dislike it less, because then if you don't play it, it's at least not, like, going into your deck. Honestly, with Pyre of Entropy, it doesn't matter as much, because your deck's half garbage anyways. Well, it's also kind of a problem with Pyre of Entropy because you're eventually hitting 10 draw, and this will stop having a space to be generated. So, never mind on that regard. Regardless, I think Jack in the Box is okay. I really like Small Gift Box. That said, what am I doing here? I might just take the Jack in the Box to jam in the Spear Steward and like the 2 Snotty Whelps. Because there's not anything that I really want to put into the small gift box or the spell box right now. Like, I could do the Phase Blessing and get a bunch of, like, holdover things. Like, honestly, that's not the worst. And I already have it fully upgraded. I might do that. I could also put the silver ink in there so that I always draw them at the same time. Which I don't hate. Okay. Here's what we're doing. Because yeah, I'm gonna go up to 5 Ember per turn shortly. Although if I do run into minus Ember, maybe I don't want to do that. If I run into minus Ember Trials, it does cause some difficulties. I think it's overall not that big a problem, though. So, because here's what I'm considering doing, is that I put the Phase Blessing, the Silver Ink, and the Tome of the Lost Path in the small gift box. So, that I can try to look for Intrinsic at the next Merchant of Magic, so then I can get all 3 of those spells on turn 1. So I can use the Tome of the Lost Path to fly something up to Phoenix's floor to block for him. That probably doesn't matter as much now with the, you know, holdover massive armor spell. So that's actually probably okay, even if I whiff on that. So let's do that, and that, and that, I guess. It's a little awkward. It is what we're doing. And then let's remove you. Let's remove... I don't fucking know. Let's get rid of you, I guess. Let's call that good for now. Yeah, we saw this coming. That's fine. It's not like fine, but it is what it is. We should have no problem beating him. Which one of you is cardless? You're the cardless one. Because I think they fixed it so the cardless one would no longer grant, like, permanent scaling to the real one. Okay, well, nicely drawn. Sadly not going to play out the Calcified Ember, but here we are. Yeah, because I can't play the Silver Ink and still do the rest of this is the problem. Alright, we're going to do this and just get you up there and start stacking some armor on you and then get rid of some things and call that good. I saw someone did a Covenant 10 run with 5 Misers, 2 Cultists, and it gave you enough money that they could do everything and have space for 5 Bone Dogs, so they're coming to type with 250 HP. Yeah, there are some shenanigans things you can do with that, and that's always the danger of any game allowing for things that like mess with the economy. It's like it's very easy for that to start breaking things, but it is cute. At least occasionally. Like, I don't want that to be something that is always done, but... Oh, I'm sorry. We're actually doing this in a slightly different order where I actually pay attention. Problem is I can't get the collector. If I had left capacity open, I could do the hothead who could blow that up, but I didn't. And that's a problem. Oops, there we go. Okay, so now I get gold for killing those, which is something. Yeah, unfortunately, there's just no way I'm getting the collector, because I just can't do enough damage. Because I didn't put any conduit here, and I didn't leave capacity open, so... Whatever, I'm still getting plenty of gold, thanks to this room. I'm going to do this now, because I think we have enough time to draw back into it. So I think we'll be okay in that regard. There we go. Alright, we'll put you there and do that so we can gain some extra money. We take a little bit of damage. Who cares? Sometimes you take damage. Well, let's get rid of that. Even though I am taking damage on the pyre, that's fine. I will sacrifice pyre HP for satisfaction. Why not? Now the problem, is that I really, really want to draw my Phase Blessing. Which there's a good chance we do, but it's not a guarantee. Okay, so we should be fine now, probably. Not quite. Honestly surprised, but not totally surprised since I didn't get nearly as much armor on you as I wanted. I don't really want to math to figure out how close we are. Either way, like, it doesn't matter, because if I'm not killing him here, he gains 6 reanimate and just kills my pyre from 100 to 0. Again, this is one of the things that I do think needs to be addressed in the game, in that, like, there's a number of bosses where no matter how the fight went, essentially if you let them leak to the pyre, you just auto-lose. And, like, for the most part, I do think leaking a boss to the pyre should kill you. But I also think, like, if you bring a boss down to, like, a sliver of HP, it should be doable for your pyre to finish them off. And something like this, literally, if I let it survive, doesn't matter how much reanimate it had remaining, it does just kill me. So, we're gonna do this better. I think mostly we're just setting up on mid-floor instead. You are in the way, my darling. Alright, we're gonna try playing that immediately. So I have a better chance of drawing to it. Some bosses are also so much harder the more often you let them move. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the case. Which, again, I do think it probably tips too hard in that direction currently. Like, again, I do think it's overall good for, you know, it not to be the same sort of, like, top floor all the time, every time, like it was in Monster Train 1, but on the other hand, I do also think that it shouldn't be quite so ridiculously stacked in one direction as it is right now. Well, we're definitely playing out the armor, so I take a bit of higher damage, so be it. Really like to fly you to your new home, but here we are, and unfortunately I can't play out the Calcified Ember. Oh well. I don't know the name of this guy, but on top floor it isn't even about how much damage you deal, but how many hits / sustain you have. More bosses that lose team as you move up might be nice, maybe you switch up your floor plane. Yeah, I largely agree. It's very clear that it was an intentional choice to heavily lean towards, you know, bosses that punish top floor. That said, I would still like to see more of that, nonetheless. Or more variance between them. Because, like, Monster Train 1 is not perfect in this regard by any means. But they do definitely have some variance between, like, top floor punishing bosses and bottom floor punishing bosses. Like, Higher Light Master, or whatever his name is way harder on top floor. Especially at high shards where he gets multi-strike. Whereas, like, Crystal Cloak is easier on top floor because she's losing stealth as she ascends floors. Yada, yada, yada. Yada, yada, yada. There's also various bosses that are just hard on every floor, like Self-Made Harpy, which just does, you know, between 5 to 9 attacks per turn, depending on how many shards you have. Well, the guy gave you, like, 200 gold? Yes. I was looking forward to that, because since he has so much reanimate, like, we just get to farm slay triggers against him, which is real cute. It's like, Phoenix got some free, you know, extra attack power, and we got a bunch of extra gold as well. Kind of want to take the Moonrise just for the extra Ember, but we're going to skip. Gonna skip. Okay, now, the healing's not bad. Welcome back, Cat. You were sort of in the way. I'll do that. Oftentimes it won't matter, but sometimes it will. That's not really what I wanted, but we'll take the Spell Chain. Mage Blade on Phoenix sounds cute. Magic Breath. That it does. Might do the Mind Cage. Might do the small gift box, so we have a better chance of drawing into it since I whiffed. I'm pretty confident that's what we're doing. Like, it doesn't really matter if I'm not able to utilize both of them very well. All that matters is drawing into it early enough. That's the big concern. I don't know, like, most of my deck does not matter. I'll be quite clear about that. Yes, you are in the way, cat. I do love you, but you are in the way. We all know this to be true. Okay, so, look at us go. We're gonna try setting up on bottom floor. It does have problems, but so be it. Well, I kind of wanted to play out the Hothead, but he would die to Kale since Kale is 22 attack, and I didn't really want to deal with that world. Could also use your ability, but I don't think we want to do that yet. We'll just farm some gold off of Kale. And I guess do this, because like playing a fire starter is not going to get the real Phoenix an extra attack or extra kill here, and I would much prefer to save it for this turn. Okay, I do want to play out the lava armor, but more importantly, I want to do this. Again, we're not, like, perfect yet, but at least we're stopping them from gaining bonuses. Oops. I knew I didn't have enough capacity in my hand. And I did it anyways. So which one gives the real scaling on Kilt? The front one. You can see the cardless icon on the other one. Oh, you actually have way more HP. Or way less HP, so we do more damage to the explosive. I need to pay attention to that, and I definitely wasn't. Okay, so if I play this now, I should have enough space to generate them all. And we are going to do that. Problem is I'm not killing you guys, but I think that's fine. I did kind of want to use the Fireball there, but it shouldn't matter because you exist and we buffed you for just such an occasion. Well, it mattered a little bit, but for the most part, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not really killing here. I'm not as good at my job as I need to be yet, but we're working on it. Three waves remaining, you say? Well, that's a concern. Actually, I'm sorry. We're not going to play the Lava Armor because I do actually want to play out the Calcified Ember because I hate the Calcified Ember and it brings me great unknowable despair in its existence. So there we go. We do have a number of problems, particularly since you now have 2 damage shields, and I don't love that. And you have the 2 spell shields. No matter what I do, this is an issue. Like, I can cut down your health by a fair margin, but it is a problem no matter what. I'm just not strong enough. Like, I could move him up here to help. Honestly, I'm probably not killing as many things down here now, but that's not an issue. Someone must be rigging the RNG because I remember seeing a Malika run. We had a Malika run the last like couple days. Oh god, he got 2 damage heals from Kale. What an asshole. All my homies hate Kale. Mostly I just dislike how like binary Kale is. Like most of the time he's not a problem, and sometimes he just absolutely murders you and there's nothing you can do about it. Mostly it's just, are you setting up on bottom floor or not? And yes, I know we got rid of his ability, but this way he at least gets to contribute to a little bit of extra avaricing. I didn't realize this was one of the attuned ones. I'm sorry. I once again did that in the wrong order. I'm just trying to make sure Phoenix gets extra kills, and that was wholly within my power to do, and I totally spaced out and didn't do it. So, once again, we blow you up. We use the attuned one on you, so then you get the kill here, because otherwise your attack would not have been high enough for that. You get to fly down here. We do that, and we may as well get rid of the Vengeful Shard. And then, unsurprisingly, we have enough armor here. I was going to fly him down, but having less units on the floor does make it more likely that our real Phoenix gets the kills, which is basically what we care about. So, we're going to do that. I'm not going to math it out to see who does get the kill, but there we go. Real Phoenix got the kill on Kale and got to kill some of the cherubs. We did take a lot of damage during that fight from that like one dude that we leaked. I mean, Cursed Dragonstaff is good. I don't know that it's as good when I'm not generating as much Pyrogel. Still kind of want to do it. I don't think it's really worth doing, though. But my deck is definitely suffering. Like, we're not in a shape where we're going to be able to beat Savagery. On the other hand, I don't think this is going to do it. Ah, fuck it. We'll skip. We'll take more Ember, because that's what Entropy wants you to do, basically. Well, isn't that interesting? It gives the unit Slay trigger if the ping kills, so that's neat. Yes, that is why I was considering taking it. Honestly, the healing is not bad. And I kind of want to do Merchant of Arms. I don't really have an entirely great reasoning for that, but I'll do it anyways. Well, this is a little dangerous, but we don't have Fey units, so enjoy being gold. Yeah. No, like, the chance that we're actually getting any value out of that is incredibly low. I did give up a ton of HP on that, but yeah, we do need to avoid whipping Phoenix with the Attuned. You are 100% correct. Alright, Overlord 3. So we do at least do double his damage now. And he has a non-trivial amount of attack. Elfurnace is sort of appealing. really not what I wanted. Overgrowth Carapace is interesting, but I don't think interesting enough. Honestly, like, Fight Club is probably good enough instead of using Sacrificial Chamber. Sure. We'll do that. I don't know if I'm actually going to utilize it, but I have made a decision, and so be it. What I really wanted was an equipment to combine with a Mind Cage that I cared about. I did not get that. Yeah, the Guildmonger is not really going to do me any work at this point. I do still need to master him, but I don't know. I don't know. Probably don't need the Pyre Ball. Alright, we'll see what happens. It's Rax and the fucking Silencer. We all knew that was the possibility. It is still the worst unit ever. Truly the worst unit of all creation. Rax is dramatically worse up top, but we're still going to do this for the moment. Oof. I have a lot of Ember thanks to the Looming Dark Shard. Such a great pickup for us because now we just have boatloads of Ember all the time. Because we get 1 Ember every time we draw a Blight or Scourge. So we just always have the ability to do that. Now, I might swap out onto the Sacrificial Chamber. I think we're going to do that. I mostly took the Fight Club for later. Okay, like, I am still taking damage because I'm a greedy person. But here we are. I probably didn't have to that way, but I don't know. We would have missed out on the Slay Trigger. Not the Slay Trigger, the Extinguish Trigger. Had I not done it that way? Okay, so I am killing these guys. Unfortunately, I don't get any gold from that, and I don't totally want you doing this. Oh yeah, this will do more thanks to the conduit, but that's fine. Unfortunately, whatever. It's fine. Alright, so murder and get your extra strength, as one does. I'm gonna do that, and then this. We're going to fly you up here so you can survive. We'll let him die. That's fine. Who cares? And we'll do this. Because I do want enemies to be getting to the top floor so that Phoenix can kill them. Because I want to do this. Although I guess your spell shields do block the explosive, and I thought that wasn't the case, but I guess it is. How goddamn rude. Okay, well, we'll do it like this. Except I can't get your cooldown as low as I want. Well, fine. Never mind. It's not as perfect as I want it to be. Oops. I'm sorry. Not what I was trying to do. I was trying to play the Vengeful Shard. And I definitely misclicked, and there we go. Now, this one run is taking so long because I've stopped so many times to rant. Okay, we're just going to do this, even though we're very quickly shredding his armor. Oh, you heal. Well, fuck me. That's fine. Okay, we can kill you for sure. That is all we care about. Yeah, that's fine. That's good enough. I'm just trying to figure out where I want to spend my resources. Don't really need the gravity, but here we are. This is definitely a messy deck, let's be very clear about that. I'm mostly enjoying it, but man, has it got some problems. Especially with these stupid spell shield guys. I don't know why I didn't do the moon conduits first, or moon rituals. Bear with me, I'm clearly making a lot of mistakes, but that's okay. Eventually we'll finish this run. I'm gonna take more damage from you though, which feels very dangerous. Probably shouldn't be playing the second holdover one. I got kind of carried away with that. God, yeah, the fact that like I can't kill these guys with my ability is really fucking bad. God, I'm basically dead from that. Well, so be it. Oh, I should have played the Moon Ritual, though it doesn't really matter. God, I'm taking so much damage. This is ridiculously bad. I mean, it doesn't help that I lost most of my HP from the event. Also, it'd really help if I had a second Mind Cage. Anyways, we're just going to ascend him. This is the way I win the fight. It doesn't really matter. Here we are. Here we are. My deck is a clusterfuck. It's cute, but like, it does have problems. It will work a lot better versus Seraph, at least. It's still gonna have big problems, but it will have less problems. I'll say the Moonbeam might be good, but that's fine. We'll loot this because there's no reason not to. There we go in here. Sure. Sure. Do I have any other room cards to draw? I have the Sacrificial Chamber, I guess. Also, I probably should have been using the Fight Club if I was having that much trouble killing things. But that was not the major problem of it. Double Stack does not help. Permafrost maybe helps. Doesn't really help. Could remove Consume. I don't think that that's really useful to me. May as well, because I got money for it. I don't know. Alright, I'm still very low on Pyre health because of that very bad fight. Oh well, these things happen. So be it. I need the last moon rituals. I probably should have spent more time getting rid of them. If you unearth treasure in the box to have all the spell, yeah, same as if you dupe it, same as if you, you know, give it remove, consume, like whatever. Also, I never saw intrinsic, which is sad, but yeah, it just it always has everything in it. Oops, I'm sorry, wrong order. Don't mind me as I get distracted while trying to answer questions. Okay, so dagger's there. Dagger's there. Hall of Mirrors now. And then Mind Cage. And then Fight Club. And then Magma Mauler. And you, just in case I need it. I think there's a Shenanigans Infinite Chain somewhere in there then. There probably is. Almost certainly. Probably didn't need that, but here we are. Okay, so... I guess we'll do that now. I actually didn't want to play that. I actually just want to play us on the Vengeful Shard since I'm so low in health. Don't mind me as I get carried away. That's fine. We'll just not use the attuned ones on the ones that matter. Whatever. Well, I didn't use his ability this time. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. Okay. I actually did need to hit him that second time, because he does have the increased cooldown from the Mind Cage, so whatever. Here we are. Oh no. Oh god, I forgot about the amalgams. Shit, I knew there's a reason that I was not supposed to set up this way. I'm sorry. Let's try this on bottom floor. Don't mind me just making a ton of mistakes. This is an incredibly messy deck, and it just is how it is. Okay, so you get that, you get that. You're going there to die. You go there, yada yada yada. Okay. So let's not lose this time. Now let's hit the lower health one, because that's correct. Okay, so, you go there, give me some money, and do a little bit of damage. And then we're good, and then we're good. Okay, now. That's a lot of damage, but not a big deal. Because we can just explode them again, and everything's okay. Everything's okay. I do wish that I had better ability to refresh my cooldowns, but we're working on it. Okay. Yes, continue scaling up, my dude. Be the one we need. God, the fucking Vengeful Shards. I just really hate Entropy. I'm never gonna not hate Entropy. Let's be very clear about that. Alright, now his cooldown is up. So once again, we can do this. Let's do that one so your cooldown will be ready next turn. I guess I'll just apply some to you. I could do the gravity. I guess it is descending, so we can just free damage against him right now. Again, this works a lot better against Seraph than it did against Rax. Like, that was expected. You know, I could have done more damage to him by descending him first. But I didn't. No, I'll still not play that. If I had enough Ember still to play out the Silver Ink, I would, but without that, it's not nearly as good. Okay, we need your thing available. We'll just explode a bunch of dudes. Gain a whole bunch more armor and keep hitting Seraph as we're able to. Oh, I didn't actually kill that guy. Well, it's not going to matter in the grand scheme of things. Alright, fake Phoenix gets to contribute. Oh, you're barely alive. Okay, well, we'll just give you a hefty chunk of armor and do a bunch of damage, and here we are. Yeah, there's no way to get Phoenix's cooldown fully available. I mean, I could hit the back one and do that, but... we'll not worry about that. Alright. Bit of an awkward fight, because it's a definitely awkward deck, but hey, here we are. Oh boy, even more garbage added to my deck. The joys of Pyre of Entropy. Alright, I'm a bit low on HP. See what happens. Technically, I can start bullying Savagery if I need to. Just a little awkward. I don't know if bottom floor totally works for me, but... we'll see what happens. Okay. Yeah, so I have the small gift box, which is mainly what I care about. Yes, I know he's technically dying right now. We all know he's not actually dying. Right, so let's play that, let's play that, let's play that. Could give some Pyre Gel to you, which I kind of want to do. Yeah, let's do it. Let's see what happens. Okay, so you come down here and you block. And even this gets to get a good chunk of HP. Unfortunately, I don't have like a good way around the sap, but I think for the most part, that's not going to matter. Here we are. We've already taken off a good chunk of his HP. Right. We'll just explode all of those problems, which still does a fair decent amount of damage to Entropy. Hit that. I'm gonna do this just to empower that. Alright, now we start taking damage in earnest, but that's okay. It's mostly not going to be a big deal. Especially now that Phoenix just deletes whole floors, as he does. I just hate having to play all the Vengeful Shards. Like, oh, I am drawing 10 cards a turn, but what does it matter when they're basically all garbage? I'm going to play this just to get rid of it, so I don't have to keep cycling it through my deck. Sure, have more Pyre Gel. What does it matter? You know what? I'll just have you block there. You've got enough HP to block. And this way we take less damage from Savagery. Okay, let's do that. And give you more Pyre Gel and slowly work through your spell shields. Yeah, you've got plenty of armor. Anyways, we're in fine shape. We win this, we just have to wait. Mostly we have to wait on Dominion. We're not, like, the strongest deck ever. Also, fuck these guys and their stupid, spell shields. I dislike that spell shield blocks, abilities. It's not a big deal, but it just feels wrong to me because spells and abilities are distinct, different things. And so it does feel weird that they get to block just because they feel like it. Oh, actually, well, that's fine. Could have made the Phoenix fly to mid-floor and fully block damage. You can give it like 200 armor anyways. Yeah, I don't even have to. We've already got that solved, I'll tell you right now. Because I can also do this and just give him... the flight has a 2-turn cooldown, so if I just shoot him once a turn, then he gets it... he gets it refreshed, and so I can also just constantly move him between floors. Or I can ascend/descend Savagery, which I haven't been doing. I thought about it. I chose not to. Fuck this guy. All my homies hate reanimate dudes. They're slowing down my ability to kill Entropy, sadly. Alright, well, I'm still taking a while to kill the minion. We'll kill Entropy eventually. Okay, you're doing fine. The minion is dying at a rapid rate. I actually probably should have shot you. You know what? Let's actually make sure we shoot you. Because it's harder for me to deal damage to Savagery than it is for me to deal damage to Entropy. Because, like, I'm not killing Entropy super quickly by any means, but it is certainly easier for me. Alright. We're fine now. And you're surviving, that's fine. Everything's okay. Ooh. I do like ability-focused builds like this. I think they're cool. But again, I do wish there's more like cooldown support so that it was more reasonable to do that. I should have hit you. Yeah, it's just Entropy now who is preventing my glorious ascension. Was giving 8 Ember turn to Arcus? Yeah, because we're getting a bunch of... Oh, he did actually die. I wasn't paying attention. Whoops, my bad. That's what I get for looking away from the screen. Oh, fuck you. God damn you. But yeah, we get a bunch of Ember per turn just because we generate 5 Ember per turn. And then Looming Dark Shard gains me 1 extra Ember every time I draw a Blight or Scourge. And so all of these thousands of Blights and Scourges that I have do some work. There we go. Well, I would be taking less damage had I not been not paying attention that I was getting my dude killed. But we still have enough HP to win. Even though he came in with 40-some HP, we still got there. Took 39 damage. Just took a while. That was at least, like, a more interesting than normal Titan fight, because I did come in with so little HP and had to actually, like, play around it a little bit, but even then it wasn't that meaningful. Again, at no point did I, like, draft for the Titan fight, which is my main problem with them, is that they're just kind of there. Hi, Cat. I know. You like attention. Alright, let's continue. We're up to a 5-win streak. Which is not that impressive, but, you know, I have had a number of bad choices being made. This is the first time we've gotten Pyre of Savagery on stream. Which is, friendly units gain Slay, +1 attack permanently, which is kind of cool. But the trade-off is that it has by far the lowest amount of HP of any of the Pyres, which is relevant with the Titan fight, since the Titan fight is just all Pyre damage all the time. Like, it's kind of cool, but I don't find it that useful. It is a Pyre that I think is better if you are not playing random. Like, if you are specifically picking this Pyre, there are some times where it can be useful. Like, Lazarus can make decent use of this, especially with, like, Test Subject Alpha. Overlord Phoenix can do some okay work with it. It still is ultimately, like, not that much of a bonus. But it's okay. And early ring, if you leak, you're pretty dead. Yeah, I mean, also true. Because we just don't have a lot of life, and bosses do a lot of damage. But, here we are. We do have Fel, who can make decent use of Pyre of Savagery. But again, the problem is that, like, she's already generally going to make good use of... Like, she already gets a lot of attack. And so getting a little bit of extra attack is not that insane. Unless we get a way for her to get Trample, and then we can put the melee weakness and Trample to good use. Overlord Phoenix and Savagery Pyre is miserable even after Phoenix Fire 2. It's fun, is what I'll say. It's not amazing. I do think Phoenix is on the weaker end, or at least... I think he's okay. I don't think he's, like, particularly weak. At least if you're using him as more of a support unit. If you're trying to do a build like what I was just doing, where I was trying to make him into my main damage source, then I think you tend to struggle. Again, if there were more ways to give better cooldown, that would be better. Or if the heavies had slightly lower HP, if they only had like 350 to 400 HP, it's far more manageable. But when presented with double heavies that do, you know, have 500 HP, that's a bit difficult. And also, Pyreborn is not great at defense, especially if you are devoting all your resources to trying to scale up Phoenix. Anyways, it is what it is. So, I do have Squad Leader and a non-trivial amount of spawning things, which is kind of cute. It doesn't help with the Pyre of Savagery situation, because if I feed Slays to Fungi, it doesn't fucking matter. But it's interesting. God, Twin Minds is so weird. Also, again, I don't like the art on it. I don't like seeing the exposed brain. I don't know why that bothers me, but it does. Not as much as other things, but... anyways, create a permanent copy of the first consume card played each battle, and I'm pretty confident we have no consume cards. I don't feel super comfortable picking that up this early. It is good when used right, and Banish does have a number of good consume cards, like Sanctuary or Benediction. Not Benediction. Eagleheart, others, yada yada yada. And Underlegion definitely has good consume cards too. But maybe. It was more Overworked Phoenix than Overlord Phoenix, but it got there. You're not wrong. All proliferate all the time. Yeah. Alternatively, there's Shadow Sheath, which is friendly units gain Stealth 1 on Summon and Slay, and +3 attack per stack of Stealth. I hate Shadow Sheath. It can do work for you, but I think it's just so likely to cause problems for your deck. Because, like, unless you're only utilizing, like, one unit, which is possible if you have the right unit and all that. Unless you're only using one unit, it's hard to ensure that all your units are getting Slay triggers and keeping their stealth up. Because what usually happens is you get, like, one unit getting most of the Slay triggers, and then your other units are just unprotected and die. And that's a problem. Especially because if they ever miss a Slay trigger, then they run out of stealth, and then they're taking the full brunt of enemies. It's certainly workable, but it's very easy for it to just go wrong. There's a build to propagate stealth to scale here somewhere. I mean, that's also possible. That's kind of cute as an option. I kind of want to take it just for the sake of it. Again, the stealth doesn't protect me against Dominion's corruption, which is annoying. But it is what it is. It stops him from applying corruption on, or, well, doubling corruption on strikes. Like, it isn't worthless. But it is annoying that it doesn't really protect us. Also, taking Shadow Sheath does make it so we can't use Revenge Fell. I don't know if we want to use Revenge Fell, but it does make it so it doesn't work. I don't know. I lean towards skipping these, but for the sake of it, we're going to take Twin Mines. I think that's wrong, but we're doing it. Alright. Savior's good against Dominion. It's also just good in general. I think we're taking Vanguardian, though. Okay. Well, I'm gonna maybe have an awkward time with Twin Mines, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, and Fell's not gonna be getting Slays for the most part. Alright. It's a bad plan because I was taking a bunch more damage, but we're doing it for the sake of it. Oh, wrong order. Don't mind me. Actually, do I want to do the Just Cause here? I guess I do. Oh, fuck, you have Trample. God, I knew there was something wrong with my plan. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I don't hate the Trample in general. I do hate the Trample right now. We'll just do this because the challenge doesn't help. Pyre Savagery at least has high attack. So we leak the guy and he immediately dies. That's something. Okay. Well, we have the kill here. Also, I keep forgetting that this advances. Alright, well, here we are. Fell gets at least a couple more kills. And the Fungi stack gets the kill, unsurprisingly, which again is part of why Pyre of Savagery is not that great. I really want to Trample Warbler, though even then, like, we don't have a great deck for utilizing it yet. I think we want Divinity. Like, Quick Warbler, not so great with what we're doing. Sap is not bad. Loam Code is pretty decent with Revengefell. I mean, it's just good in general. It's very solid. Both the Proliferate and the Gooey Flask will start working with Twin Minds. So there's something to keep in mind. I could make a bunch of Gooey Flasks. Could Proliferate. I don't even know. I don't know what we want to do here. I kind of lean towards the Loam Coat. Loam Coat's real good. Out of curiosity, because it's been a while since I played Revengefell. Which, by the way, I just really like the name Vanguardian. I think it's cute. Alright, so it's 1, 2, 4. Shame I can't give you Dualism. But, like, 4 is not bad. I just wanted to Proliferate. Yeah, I'll do that. I do want the Loam Coat, but we're going to skip that for now. So, could do Under Legion Banner. There's a lot of good things we can do, especially if we are getting a bunch of Proliferates. We could also maybe build into the Squad Leader situation. Also, the Merchant of Magic lets me look for, like, intrinsic -2 Divinity, which I like quite a bit. Going here, what banished unit would I care about? Not a ton of these. I mean, I like Demonic Fledgling in general. I mean, I like a lot of these, but I'd have to be, like, using Shift for the most part. Host Guard is kind of cute. It's very expensive to play, though, which is annoying. Whereas Under Legion also likely doesn't give me a ton of what I care about. I mean, like, they're a good set of units. It's just that, specifically with what I'm doing, I don't have anything, like, great to just buff onto with Revengefell. Alright, let's go here. Let's see what we're offered. Ooh. So, Enchantrel's real good, except that we're playing Revengefell. But she's good. Both of those are literally non-bond with Vanguardian. Yeah. They're not great for my current situation. But Enchantrel is very strong. Yeah, I figured you meant non-bow. Yeah, I mean, I still lean towards taking Enchantrel, especially if we are making a bunch of Proliferates. But, like, man, is this not ideal? Just don't sap enemies into negative damage numbers. Yes, that's sort of the play, but there's a lot of other problems. I haven't tried out Night Rain yet. How are you enjoying it, Ashiaka? I don't know. Let's take Enchantrel. It really doesn't work with Fel as she currently stands, but that's okay. Alright, well, we're doing this. Also, I meant to take the -2 for the Divinity. It's fine. It worked out with what we made, but, like, we're definitely pivoting away from Revengefell. It's fun, but we haven't beat the first Night Lord yet. Fair enough. Yeah, and I don't have energy to play out the Squad Leader Yeah, that's fine. I am gonna get Scourge cards. Oh well. I don't know, whatever. We'll do this. Unfortunately, I did not get any of my rallying things, which is not, like, surprising, since I'm drawing just a bunch of garbage. So, like, that happened. It's not going to help me kill the boss, really. I mean, I do get a bunch of armor, or Valor, which does help. Here we are. Man, I can't even play the Divinity. Okay, so we probably get a Just Cause next turn. I could move something else up front to get the armor. I kind of don't want to move the fungi up because he'll just trample and kill everything. So we're going to do that, and honestly we're going to do that. It's a bit of a waste, but that's fine, I guess. I don't know. Okay. So there's a chance now that Fel gets the kill. At the very least, somebody who's not the fungi stack gets the kill. It is always sad watching the damage output of the fungi's dwindle during Relentless as they get picked off one by one. Windblade is fine. Rising Rage is not bad. Rising Rage is pretty good. Does come with Calcified Ember, which is fine. We'll do that. Kind of want the Loam Coat. Not totally sure that we need the Loam Coat now. We're gonna skip. Right. I'm gonna go here. And that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna look at this first, as it is always the correct choice. Let's greed. I don't think I really need the better wings. That's fine. I'm definitely not going to try for the rare wings. This is good enough. I think we're just giving it to her. Yeah, fine. I don't know. Like, I don't need a ton of things on her. Endless Flying Green Recruit. I thought about it. I chose not to. It's not going to work great since we're sapping things anyways. Could take Mushy Room. Try the wings, I'll try it. Rip, chosen before I could type. I did that on a prior day where we did get the rarest wings. Like, we have seen them. Gotta want to get the third set of wings just to see. They're good, it's just that they're hard to get. Like, you're usually fine with just the basic wings. The uncommon wings are slightly better. But the third wings are also quite good. Alright, it's nap time. Have a good weekend. Alright, have a nice weekend, Fury. Always good having you. I do kind of want Mushy Room. I don't think we need it, though. Although my deck is going to run into problems eventually, but that's fine. Shield of Wing is cute. Zone of Silence is a thing. Fuck it. Zone of Silence. It does feel bad. Also feels bad that that heals so little just because Savagery has such low max HP. Okay, we're gonna set up here so I have a little bit of time. Also forgot that you have the ability to fly. At this point, may as well give up on Main Guardian as the main way to scale Valor. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Already planned on it. Not my concern anymore. I'll just get rid of that, I guess, even though we're not getting scaling. But I did really want to get rid of that, so here we are. Yeah, the problem with Zone of Silence versus these guys is they no longer do their take damage at end of combat trigger, so that's the thing. I did really want Squad Leader, but too bad. I mean, I could wait on this, but I think we really don't want to wait on that. Yeah, I also probably should have separated you. Well, we're going to take a bunch of pyro damage. Yeah, I don't know why I'm waiting on this. Okay, I'm gonna leave the other one in hand so I can draw it on a later turn. Oh, goodbye, my health. We'll miss you. Also, Fell's not getting any kills. We expected this, but it still saddens me. And you don't have trample. I could do this. Yeah, you're still surviving, whatever. It's okay, you have a bunch of sap. It's something. Okay. I was really hoping to get, like, Everlasting Light, by the way. Because, you know, that would have been nice. Oh, and I can't play that there. Oh, well. Okay, that works out pretty decently. I'll play that out just so it's gone. But yeah, just like some other way to scale my damage would be really appreciated. Like, Pyro Savagery is helping, but... Unfortunately, I just... Well, we'll do this now, because I'm not drawing it like next turn, so... And you do still have some sap on you. Alright, and that's enough. I mean, we were already winning before, but now we win real hard since we block better for a turn, and also, yeah, once again, Fungi's get the kill. So be it. And then also it causes a bunch of extra... everything. So there is Fungi in a suit, which is a thing. I do like Fungi in a suit. I also really like Eagle Heart. I think we're taking the Eagle Heart. It does give me more garbage, but whatever. Could take the Spore Launcher, which honestly is not terrible, but we're just going to skip. We're definitely taking Ember, because we need Ember. We need a lot of things, but that is the thing that we need. You don't have Fungi Suit mastered yet? That seems a little odd. It seems odd to me, too, because it is a very good card. It's just that it hasn't felt appropriate at the times that I've seen it, and the times that I've wanted it, I haven't seen it. Deadly Variant is good too as a way to branch out your debuff. Also true. Totally wasn't even paying attention as an option, but you are very correct. I can barely afford something there, or I can just go here. I'm gonna go here. So going Unchained doesn't really matter. I don't think Vanguardian matters a ton either. But I'm like not doing any Valor shifting. Still might be worth it. I don't know. I could never get the extra multi-strike from going to Unchained 3 is the thing. I kind of still want to do Vanguardian 2. I'm just gonna do it. It's whatever. It's gonna look silly, but we are gonna do that. It's not what I wanted. And I do actually kind of wish that I'd put... Well, it's fine. The problem is, like, yes, it would be cool to have this guy helping spawn every turn, but... if I do any spawning before combat, then they won't kill him, and then it doesn't work, and it's whatever. Could do Cluster Kernel, but I'm not going to. I probably should, honestly. Also, in general, I should maybe be taking more units than I do, or at least that is an option that I could be presenting myself with, but... Okay. Do I have anything that I would want to put there? I guess maybe the... Alright. No reason not to put her on a different floor when she can fly. I do want to do the Divinity. Unfortunately, I want to do other things too. But I guess we're going to do that. And then these guys are jerks, and that's just my life now. Problem is the Proliferate does not do anything yet. Well, it does. It's just not what I want. Because now we do get the kill thanks to the extra melee weakness. And Bell gets some extra Valor, which is helpful. So I could do that, or I could do it on the Collector to kill the Collector. I think by and large, a lot of people who played a lot of Monster and having to adjust to unit heavy decks now. Yes and no. Like, that is what a lot of people are doing, but I don't think it's actually as necessary as people make it out to be. I think I probably should be drafting more units than I do. But on the other hand, for the most part, what I do also works just fine, and it doesn't really matter. Problem is I do want to start spawning, but I also don't want to get sapped to oblivion, because that's a pain in the ass. We're just gonna do that, which is not ideal, but it is what it is. will take some damage and suffer. God, I just fucking hate how many Scourge Dudes. Again, like, 2 Scourge Dudes per wave is really annoying. Because I spend just, like, my entire turn playing out the Scourges, and I don't get to draw anything new. So, again, if things go badly at all, like, all you draw are the Scourges. Yeah, see, like, this is what I mean. It is a miserable experience. God, I really wanted the Zone of Silence earlier. I just don't have enough HP to not be doing this. Alright, well, we get the kill here. Just out of curiosity. You to get the kill now? That's fine. Oh, ow. They'd also be doing more unit heavy because it's more fun. That was a legit criticism of the first game. One of my favorite ones was the 3-floor setup. Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I know that, like, Monster Train 2, in many ways, it has a lot of design elements to encourage multi-floor setups, or at least not top-floor setups. And I appreciate that. I don't want, like, single-floor setups to go away entirely, but I do like them being less prevalent. It's just that I think that in the way it's actually shaken out, rather than encouraging multi-floor setups, is mostly just encourage bottom-floor setups. So I think there is room to be done there. But, whatever. We're definitely taking the Everlasting Light. Oh, cat, please. Actually, come on. Oh, come here. Dig Deep is not bad. Maybe. Maybe. Sure, I'll take a Dig Deep. So, kind of want to go here so I can make the Everlasting Light deployable. I definitely want to go here looking for dualism, though. So, I'll do this. No. Did not get what I wanted. Okay. Well, do I want to just multi-strike the Enchantrel? Maybe? Yeah, sure. Like, I'm struggling enough right now. Okay, we're gonna make Enchantrel number 2. I also want to make more Proliferates and other things. And here we go. Here we go. So much sap. Yeah, I mean, that is the plan. Would have been better if we'd hit dualism, but, like, the multi-strike is fine, too. Fortunately, the squad leader can't fit. Alright. Fel doesn't get the Valor, but that's fine. She's also knocked into Corruption, and we get a little bit of Savagery scaling. Yeah, I'm gonna not do anything here so that Fel doesn't absorb all the Corruption. Which isn't ideal. Like, those guys are really rough. Unfortunately, I will also get sapped, but... Well, I want the collector, but... I think this is more valuable to do. And I don't get the kill, but I also don't take any damage, which is helpful when I have 11 HP, because Pyre of Savagery is a little fucking rough. Also, I really wanted this earlier. That's fine. We're building up our forces. Unfortunately, you are going to harvest a lot, but I'm still going to allow it. God, my attack scaling is bad. Especially when I don't have squad leader to even buff my other dudes. Yeah, I don't want to give myself more sap. I want the sap to wear off, I think. He's on his second floor. Does he resolve? Yes, because the Zone of Silence is specifically non-bosses. I really wanted to get this on not this turn. I suppose I could have flown them down here and then done that. Don't think that would have been enough by any means, though. That's so arbitrary that you can daze them out of the resolve. It is weird. It's just kind of one of the things about this game. Okay, well, somebody other than the fun guy gets the kills, and that's what we care about here. Look at all those beautiful slay triggers. Look at all that life force we're feasting. Beautiful. Now if only the, like, slay trigger was higher. That would be nice. Shield of Wing is absolutely worthless for us. Heroic Dive is weird. We're not taking it. It was technically usable for us, but not ideal. And I think Liquid Courage is generally bad. Grow Room is not bad, but I am trying to... use Zone of Silence, so... More buff to Propagate is cool. I mean, that is true, but... God, I want the healing. But I also just really want to look for, like, Remove, Consume, Hold over Eagleheart. Or other things. I don't know. I mean, especially on Kayle, like, if I get hit by any enemy, it doesn't matter. Like, I am dead if they get to the pyre. Maybe a little less so since I can sap, so if I do hit the right sap, we're fine. But there's a good chance that we don't. I'm just going to go here. Remove, Consume. Done. I kind of want to do that. I don't know that it was correct to do so. Hold over on Eagleheart or on Dig Deep. I really like the Eagleheart. I think the Dig Deep is better for me. So we're going to do that. Do I want Holy Stone? Kind of. I don't think it, like, super matters. I'll do it just for the sake of it. I think it is maybe bad, though, because it does make it much harder for me to play the Divinity. Also, I probably should have looked at this. Awoken, consumable card, Umbra, consumable, Luna, Umbra. I was going to say no, but honestly, maybe. Sure, fine. No. Revenge works through damage shield now? No? Yes, it does. That was a change that we had specifically asked the devs to implement, and they got around to it, and I'm very pleased. It is much nicer that way. I do want to fit the squad leader, but it is not my greatest now concern. Sorry, Kale, but you don't get to do anything. Yep, we'll just keep doing this. And then you'll kill there, that's fine. You do get stronger, which is a little bit of a concern, but I think we can manage. I think we're just taking more Ember off of this, which is a little concerning, but it is what it is. I do need to get rid of the green recruit. Really not doing a whole lot for me. Yeah, I didn't need the Zone of Silence down bottom. Once again, I keep thinking that it prevents the... eating, and it doesn't, so... Yeah, unfortunately I'm running out before I'm able to propagate that, but so be it. Yeah, this is the problem with setting up top 4, but... So be it. Oh my god, there's cat hair everywhere. Ugh. Okay, we're doing alright. Especially now that we can do this. But let's proliferate first. So we can get our Valor even higher. And thus she murders and gets even more Slay triggers, which is cute. Well, we're doing pretty good, and Kale is never going to threaten us. Because, boy, is he kind of out of the picture. The problem with our deck... Well, okay. The problem with taking more Ember is that my deck is pretty thick. And it is a little concerning not knowing when I'll draw the things that I need to draw. Like, a lot of my deck is consume cards. Thick with a double C. You're not wrong. Oh, man. Well, yeah, like... It's working. I do think I should maybe do some... draw... But... not totally certain. Enough sap to fill heaven. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Well, I would do the Rising Rage, but I actually just want to leave more things to get Slay triggers from, so... Although, unfortunately, the Fungi is getting a lot of Slay triggers because I am sloppy about it. I actually should have moved that one up front, but too bad. I suppose I could. They have flight. I don't know why I'm not just flying them. Cursed Twin Blade is appealing. Spike of the Legion is also appealing. Kale gets like 58 damage on the second floor if we don't kill Morsel. Yeah. It's ridiculous. I like a lot of the ideas of the Kale fight, as I've said before. But I think in practice, it is a little too binary right now. Like, if you kill things on bottom floor, nothing fucking matters. It's a pretty easy fight. If you don't kill things on bottom floor, it is just a nightmare. And in particular, I really dislike that if you leak literally any enemy, particularly in the Spikes variant, if you just leak literally any enemy, you just immediately die. I think that is not great gameplay, but it is what it is. I do think if we had more flying boss variants, like, you know, an alternate boss instead of Kale, it would feel a lot more tolerable. But even then, I would still like to see it changed. Anyway, Spike of the Legion's good. I think I'm taking Cursed Twin Blade. Yeah, the problem is I have, like, no draw. I'm still gonna do this, and I'm still gonna take this, and it's gonna be concerning, and my health is so low because Pyre of Savagery is like that. I mean, leaking any enemy with the damage one is just as bad as Spike's one. Yes! Kind of. I think it's easier to leak one of the Spikes ones. Cat, stop. Lost my train of thought as the cat was trying to attack me. Oh well, these things happen. Yeah, don't know. I'll remember what I was gonna say. Now, unfortunately, I still don't have enough Ember for what I want. Because Enchantrels cost so much. Like, again, this is part of what I mean about, like, Under Legion has a lot of expensive units. Like, they've got the Enchantrels at 3, they've got Cluster Kernel at 2, they've got Spore Launcher at 2. And, like, they're a clan that wants to be running a lot of units for the most part. So, like, they got a lot going on. Yeah, what are you doing? Anyways, don't mind me as I'm distracted. So, what I was trying to do is, so it's 8 that I have to spend. I think I'm okay with doing this, even though it means that I'm still not playing out the squad leader. But that's not my greatest problem. My greatest problem is that I've constructed a deck that is very reliant on drawing the right things with no way to help it do so. That is my greatest problem. So duping the Dig Deep is good, duping the Eagle Heart is good, duping a Proliferate is cute. I think we're gonna do the Dig Deep. Having another holdover really does slow me down, but it also makes me reliable. Well, fine. Oh, fuck. I already spaced out that it was the minus Ember trial, but okay. Okay. So there's at least this now. Which I'm actually doing less damage because I now no longer get the revenge trigger. But it makes up for it by now having much higher fungi stacks. And we do prevent the amalgams from hitting on bottom floor, which is why I did that, so I had a little bit of time to bulk up. Can play the Divinity, which feels bad. Like, I've never played the Divinity, I don't think. And it would be nice to be healing, but I had other things I wanted to do. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna take some amalgam damage, but not a lot. Actually might be okay. Yeah, because you're still going to have sap for, I think, enough turns that we don't take damage. Also, I probably should be flying my Enchantrels to a different floor location. Okay, so. Yeah, I should be doing something like that instead. So they at least have a chance at getting slays, and then the Trampler will always clear up what's remaining. Okay, so summon some fungi on top. I can, but it just doesn't matter. Most units going through second floor won't have any attack anyway. I'm not in danger. Like, I'm not taking amalgam damage. When I said I was taking amalgam damage, I meant because they were going to get to the pyre, because I wasn't killing them. But turns out that doesn't actually matter. God, my attack scaling is pretty shit, other than the fungi, and even they, not great. And yes, I'm giving them a bunch more spikes, but whatever. The greed is within me. Alright, get that kill, Fel. Alright. I mean, Punk Shredder I would have wanted a long time ago. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to go here for the heal, I think. Would be nice to have some damage shield for the backline. Yes, it would. But we're past that being an option, so... It is very likely I'm going to run into problems. But we'll see. Yeah, we probably want that. And we do want that. I was afraid of drawing... Or of being offered that. I really wanted... the whetstone so I could do the equipment. I'm honestly just going to remove that because I have problems. Rage would have been good to propagate. The problem is that I'm pretty confident the one you were talking about is only when angels are... when you equip an angel, apply Valor, Rage, and Regen. That's what you were looking at. I'm pretty confident. Yeah, Fel is not an angel, even though she's the most angel of all time. at least as far as on our team. But yes, champions are champions. They don't have a second unit tag, which I think is a shame, because, like, Phil should 100% be an angel. Phoenix should 100% be a dragon. Same with Gilda. Yada, yada, yada. Here we are. Like, it's fine that they aren't, and it's like a balance thing, partly that they aren't, but also they have shown a willingness to give a select few units multiple unit types. And so they could do it, they just choose not to. Also, out of curiosity while we're here, how close we're here? Nowhere close on the dimensional challenges, because I only did the one. Quite a ways away on that, and still 161 away on this. It does feel weird that it's like, you know, you start with this one you get very quickly. This one's like not too hard to get. That one, it takes a bit of time, but it's pretty achievable. And then there's this. There's nothing in between. It goes from, you know, takes a bit of time to takes an ungodly amount of hours. I think this is a cool goal, and it's a pretty cool card frame, but it does feel weird that there's like nothing in between there. Definitely wanted that dualism before, but... Alright. It's maybe not what I should have removed, but it is what I did. Alright. Time to have problems because of his corruption. His corruption is going to murder me. Like, that is very much the case. Okay, we're gonna try setting up like this. So, like, I could have set up on top floor or whatever and done this to Dominion, which would have been okay. Again, the problem is that his corruption buildup is going to ruin my day. And no matter what I do. There are sort of ways around problems. Actually, okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna move you up front so you can get the Valor first. Just so that you're stacking a bit of Valor and a bit of armor too. And the enemies don't give corruption because we don't have silenced them, so that's something. Alright. Do what we can to try to get a little bit more armor on dudes, and we're distracting him a little bit by pulling dudes up there. Unfortunately, you're gonna give Scourge cards. Kind of. May as well play that there. Unfortunately, these guys with their stacks of reanimate survive decay, which is not ideal, but it's manageable, sort of. Honestly, we'll just move you out of the way. It does mean that I don't get to do the divinity, but that's probably okay. Yeah. Now I have Scourges. The big brain play would cycle the front line to give armor. I mean, that's what I'm doing to a degree. Like, that is why I was building up armor on them and why I moved them to the front. Like, we're already working on it. I just have limited ability to do that. That said, I do think we're going to move you up this turn, except that I did that in the wrong order. That's fine, whatever, we'll just play that there. I'm not gonna min-max it right now. Okay, you'll get your armor. Who do I want to put the damage shields on is the question. I guess we're doing that. Alright, I am struggling to kill everything. And I do get Scourge cards, unfortunately, because this is certainly a run. Oh god, you actually do some damage. It's not that big a deal. I did heal a bunch, but... Yep, unsurprisingly, we have the victory since, you know, he's fucked. Also, they updated it so he no longer does his AoE corruption during Relentless. So that's nice. And so the only thing we really have to worry about from him in Relentless is the doubling corruption on strike. But he doesn't get to double corruption on strike if he never gets to attack. Anyways, look at us go. I still have very bad attack scaling, but, you know, it's fine. As long as we're doing, you know, 1,000 sap, it doesn't really matter. It matters more than in Monster Train 1. Especially because now we have to deal with the Titans. Which is annoying, but whatever, fine. It is what it is. Especially because I don't have a way to sap Dominion, and also sap from Entropy is not shared across floors, which is... Like, it's fine that it works that way. It makes sense that that's how it works, but... It is less good for me specifically. Secret strat here is to leak a bunch of 20 sap units to kill Dominion faster. I mean, unironically, yes. 100% true. It is very weird... Oh, wrong ordering, but... it's very weird that that is true, but it is. Although, like, I'm legit gonna have a difficult time killing, like, Entropy. It's not as bad thanks to Sap Suckling Spring, but still. Also, unfortunately, I don't have Squad Leader on the right floor, and I'm not generating Fungi here. I think it was still right to do this play, because I do propagate their sap, even so, and I propagate the Valor and all that jazz. It just was not ideal. Okay. Well, Entropy never gets to attack again. Also, like, Dominion's going to die kind of faster than normal since we do have Savagery Pyre, which has the highest attack of any Pyre. So, there's that as well. Yeah, I don't have the equipment yet, which is sad, but... Man, Deadly Variant would have been insane here. That was like, what, 300k? Yeah, it's... Deadly Variant would have been quite good. Yeah, God, I just, like, don't do a lot of damage to Entropy. But at least he's got Decay building every turn. And if I can get Savagery down, then every couple turns when Savagery is on our floor, we'll be able to do some murdering there. Alright, we're gonna not play the Pyrelite. It's fine. Why does Savagery not apply to itself? Are you talking about the Pyre? Good question, and people have pitched before that they would like that to work. So, it's entirely possible that that will get changed at some point to work, since it is kind of silly. And no, it does not. It does not currently work. Yeah. Savagery Pyre having so much lower HP here does actually matter. Also, fucking stop healing him. Yeah, doesn't matter. Like, Dominion is not our problem. We don't even need to be playing the Pyrelite anymore. Like, I still will just because I have the energy for it, but... like, that's not the problem. I have the extra Pyrelites now. Yeah, whatever. We'll just keep doing this. I can stall the damage from Savagery for some turns if I need to, but I have other problems. Okay, so you're silenced. Luckily, but God, it takes so long for me to kill anything. God, like, I just don't kill Savagery at any rapid pace, and I'm still so far away from killing Entropy. My damage output is real poor, especially since I don't have Trample here. My damage output is about to get even weaker. Okay, like, at least Savagery's down. But I basically have lost this fight just because I can't... yeah, because, like, Dominion just kills me. Which is unfortunate. So, like, I might be able to redo this fight and win. It's just that I just can't get damage to stick on Entropy. But I can do that. We're going to try it one more time, just playing slightly differently. Like, that should be enough. Okay. Alright. Then... So I could set up not bottom floor, but I can also do this. The problem is that that unsinks him from where we want him to be. Put Enchanter on a different floor so you can put Green Recruit. Yeah, I was thinking about that, but then I don't generate the sap. But I think that's still actually what I want to do, because I was spacing out that the whole point is I just need him to block. Alright, so you're going there, you're going there. Because that's what we did on the original time we were doing this. And that does make the most sense. Also, it does then generate units after. Once again, I need to play out the Just Cause first. I'm just getting distracted. There we go. Enjoy. I should have put you in front. It's okay. Those are a bit of a waste. I don't think it matters that much. Okay, so. And then the proliferation happens. Sadly, you don't have any Valor on you yet, so you're not getting that bonus, but nonetheless, still pretty good. So, like, I could give you Valor this way, and honestly, that's maybe correct. Because then I can also propagate your Valor in addition to your stacks, and that's pretty good. Because we are dramatically stronger this way. We don't do as much sapping, but that's fine. That's not our big problem in life. Yeah, that's fine. We'll miss out on playing the Pyrolite for one turn. Again, not really our issue at the moment. Our issue is actually killing things. Yeah, because now we can actually get damage in on entry. The problem is mostly just been it's hard for us to get the waves to, like, the waves just take so many hits to kill. Which is whatever. It is what it is. Just as a backup plan, we're doing that. But we should be fine now. Like, yeah, it's a little rough just because we have a lot less HP with Savagery Pyre, and also our deck is just kind of slow at this. But we're good now. Because like, you're basically dead, you're essentially dead, yada yada yada. And like, if I need to, I can squeeze out plenty of extra HP. Okay, and we block his damage for a turn since we have fungi surviving. Alright, so entropy is down. So it's just savagery. And then you're gonna fly to block because why not? If I had just drafted, well, if I'd gotten any way to sap Dominion, this would have been much less damage. But, again, doesn't really matter. Like, yeah, if I didn't play him, we were going to lose, but as long as we can get through the waves and get to entropy, it wasn't too bad of a fight for us. Ta-da! Took a clean 50 damage, which is more than I normally take, but that's fine. There we are! Ta-da! We finally mastered Enchantress. She's a very cool unit, but, yeah. As you can see, she tends towards, like, really heavy defense, which is not as useful in the Titans, because it doesn't stop the damage that you're actually getting. I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is. Heck yeah. Don't love the Titans. I think they're fine as a fight overall. I think they're serviceable, but they're definitely not my favorite fight. Yeah. There we go. It's kind of late, but I'm going to play one more, even though I probably shouldn't. So I'm going to do that, assuming you guys are interested in watching one more run. Can't lay down. You were just laying down. Enemies killed in the Pyre. 23. Previous best 14. No surprise. We could have done way higher than that if we really wanted to. Since we were sapping everything to oblivion. Well, there's Malaka's Pyre. And it's Phoenix again. Just out of curiosity, like, what champs... I feel like I've played by far the least of, like, Lion's Mane. We still haven't done Maneater. I still haven't done Mad Scientist or Orochi, but I feel like I've definitely played Orochi more than we've played Lion's Mane. It's just that we've done a lot of the same paths with him. Yeah, there's a lot of champions I did not see tonight. To be fair, several of the runs took quite a long time because I did. Yeah, well, I'm glad you'll enjoy my suffering with Malaka's Pyre, Ether. I will say, as I've said before, that I do think it is stronger than Capricious Reflection was in Monster Train 1. Since there are just, like, more good... Yeah, you're in the way. There are more good upgrades to hit, including, like, Dualism and other things like that. Also, when you're running a lot more units, it matters a lot less if you're hitting, like, exactly the perfect upgrades, yada, yada, yada. The spell upgrades in particular got a lot better. Nonetheless, still don't like it, but it is nowhere near as bad as Pyre of Entropy, which I just find a miserable slog of despair. That said, Twisted Assistant is interesting. Snotty Whelp, I want to be better than it is. It's cool, but again, in a world where, like, 2 of the 3 Seraph variants do heavy damage to your backline, one of which is in a way where Pyreborn have no natural defense, and bosses like Kel and Athane exist, it's just hard to, like, keep the Snotty Whelps alive to be a meaningful part of your team. Also, if their ability, like, either had a lower cooldown so you could use it every turn, or if it had some way that you could actually, like, make it scale, like if it scaled with their attack power, like, all of these things would make it cooler, but I don't know. It's just hard to get any, like, real value out of it. You can put Endless on it, and that's kind of cute to be, like, a, you know, chump blocker that does Pyrogel 10 every turn. If it did the Pyrogel 10 to the whole floor, that would be real good. Or at least useful, but oh. Spire's basically, Sal has no way to refuse their great Capricious Reflection. Yes. The moment I saw this months ago, I audibly groaned, and I knew that you guys would be so pleased every time I had to deal with it. Oh, alright, so Frenzy Stetsia, I don't even know how to pronounce this correctly. Regardless, it's pretty decent for us since we have a bunch of Graft units, which proc it the moment we play them. Ancient Pyre Tap is also good. Again, I think it's less good in a world where the Titans are doing, like, 45 uncontested damage to your Pyre no matter what. I think it's still good, but I do think people are, like, overvaluing it. Also, like, yes, there's the argument that you can spend a little bit of life to save yourself a lot of life, but in a lot of fights you can also just take no damage anyways. I don't know. It's fine. It's good. It is not, at least at Covenant 10 versus the Titans, is not insane. We're just going to take this. That's fine. It's definitely better now that Holy Stone is in the game, since you can also essentially use Holy Stone as free Ember, but that's fine. So we still have yet to do Pyromaniac 3, right? There we go. Yeah, so I guess we're taking Pyromaniac. I don't know, like, the best start for Pyromaniac, but that's what we're doing. Unless you're running so out of whack that you have 200 plus HP Pyre, or 200 plus Pyre HP and can heal for 26 HP a card. Yeah, I mean, like, sure. But also in that situation, do you need Pyre Tap to win that run? You really don't. I believe it is Frenzy Steed Zia. I will try to keep that in mind, and I'm sure I will also struggle to say it correctly. Okay. So we're gonna just do this and put Miser down there. And we're gonna put Steward there. And we're gonna cry a little bit about these, but it should be okay. Okay, so this way we can mitigate the problem dramatically. I do like Erratic Assistant as a starter card a fair bit. I think they're pretty cool. Okay, so it's gonna look a little weird. So we're gonna do that. So we can do that. And have you block there, and then you get to trample across, and then Miser becomes stronger. I'm a little sad I didn't play the Snotty Whelp, but here we are. We got the Collector. We are building Rage on Phoenix, which also works well with his ability. Take a little bit of damage. I did want to use the Snotty Whelp, but I was trying to just mostly make Phoenix take less damage, and that seemed like the way to do it. Okay. Sure, we'll do that. Unfortunately, I have nowhere to play these out. I could have shot the Spear Steward with the Fire Starter, and that might have been a better plan. Also, I probably should have put the Twist Assistant in front of the... what am I trying to say? In front of the Miser, so I could do a little bit more Avarice. Not a big deal, but... Alright, so... I barely used his ability in this fight, but that's okay. Because he already has a lot of attack, and you have a decent amount of Pyre Gel, and now you're just exploded. And even if you weren't, it would hit you pretty hard. I want to try that Legion of Grafted someday on Baron Grail. Oh, you're talking about the Legion of Wax with the Graft event. Yeah. That would be interesting. Dualism Snotty Whelp is interesting. I don't think we want it. I think Lava Armor's pretty decent with Pyromaniac Phoenix. I think we're taking that. I have to have something good enough to equip it. Puffer Flesh is kind of cool. I still have yet to utilize it in any run, partly because we just haven't seen it often. I don't think we want it here. What it does, by the way, the graft is Revenge, gain spikes. It is gain spikes 3 normally. It's showing 6 because of the dualism. So it's a bit weird, but it's a cool unit. I think we're taking Pseudoscience, because especially if we're taking something up front that we want to put the lava armor on, this is helpful, especially since we are, you know, Pyreborn struggles with defense. I've yet to see Hydra Armed Horror. I want to see it so badly. It's a weird unit. It's cool. And I like, other than its visual design, I like it mechanically, it's designed quite a bit. It is exactly the sort of rare card that I appreciate, i.e. one where you need to build around its mechanics to get, like, real good value out of it. I really hate rare cards being just, like, generically strong or just, like, a big block of stats, like Shadow Siege. I much prefer the rare units that are not always a snap pick, but are something that you can tailor your build around if you want to get, you know, the full power out of them. And so Hydra Armed Horror, I think, fits well into that. Because you need to have a lot of equipment to actually utilize it well, since it gains 1 multi-strike per equipment you give it. But also, you need some way to actually scale up its attack, because it can't benefit from the equipment, because it consumes them as soon as it is equipped. So you have to have some other way to buff its attack. Lazarus has a couple ways to do that. Cat, can you stop? Hold on one sec. I need to do something with this cat so she stops trying to attack my cords. Alright, I'm back. So, anyways, all that aside, what are we actually taking? I definitely lean towards Merchant of Magic for the Pyreborn banner, because there's always the glorious world where we take Magma Cultist, who is the Incant Pyre Gel, which is absolutely fabulous with Pyromaniac. That said, we are not a great Incant deck, because we have 5 Erratic Assistants, and 2 Snotty Whelps, and 2 Twisted Assistants. The amount of actual spells we have is very small. That can change over time, but for the moment, not actually that great. Could go for a Lazarus banner. What even is available in the Lazarus options? Because I feel like there's something I'm forgetting about. Pincushion could be okay. I wish there was an option to just select by banner unit specifically. It's not that hard to see, but it's just like, I don't care about the non-banner units right now. Reforming Ooze would not be appropriate to our needs. Pincushion would be pretty decent. Makeshift Golem would be okay. That would be pretty decent. Meat Hook is pretty decent. Hulking Mass is too large to fit. Hydra Armed Horror is sort of something we can work with. And 9 Live Nightmare is not useful. Test Subject Alpha is good. I'm not sure we really could make use of it here. We do have the Trample Graft, which does make Test Subject Alpha, like, it does work pretty well with that. Alright, we're gonna try this. It's very likely not going to be great for us. Why? Why do you have spikes? I'll do it. Like, why couldn't you have gone dualism? We saw multiple other units with dualism. Why couldn't you be the dualism one? Sure, we'll just take the minus costs. Oh, I can't take that one. Fuck. I, for some reason, thought I had enough gold for both, in which case, I would have just done the one that I actually cared about. Really did not need intrinsic. It was a waste of gold. Do I actually want Miser on this floor? Kind of don't. So I can just throw... You know what? I'll still do it. We are wasting his Avarice, but... That's fine. Alright, take a little bit of damage, so be it. I mean, I do like the Avarice situation. I just also have other desires. Alright, got a little greedy there, but I wanted to get the equipment on Phoenix. Okay. I'm gonna put you there. Yeah, unfortunately that's not enough to get the kills, because you're dying to your own ability is what's happening there. Anyways, that's fine. Again, we're not a good incant deck. At least not yet. Okay. And then we just kind of explode things. I can't play the Calcified Ember because I have less energy per turn. Oh, actually, that's not true. I 100% can play the Calcified Ember. Because I have that, so I just get to play that out. And there we go. I mean, none of this matters. It doesn't matter. Those guys are not leaking to the pyre before we kill the boss, so... Ta-da! Actually dies to the spikes. Like, the spikes are not the worst upgrade on him if we are applying enough pyre gel, but it's really not what I wanted. Lava Flow is fine. I will take that. It's Alive is okay. Yeah, I don't love it, but I just need more spells, and like some amount of defense is not unwelcome. I mean, I could do multi-strike. It's really not what I want. I want dualism. But I also think that dualism doesn't matter nearly as much when we've got Pyromaniac. Could also just take HP. We'll take the multi-strike, though, and just call that good. I always interpret this as a Crescent Moon and not as the Damage Shield Stone. Probably because it weirds me out, because as a player unit, the Damage Shields face the other direction. But whatever. Hothead's good, but I can't fit you. I don't think we're going to worry about that. You are a great user. Actually, I could put you on a different floor. I think we'll do that. The problem is, like, I don't have Deployment Ember for you. So, I don't think I really want the red crown. But it's kind of interesting, and the followers do make good use of both equipment and Pyrogel. I don't think that's good enough for me, though. Also, fuck Entropy and his stupid silence, dudes. It is the worst. We're gonna skip. I maybe could get value out of that, but I'm not doing it. Alright, he's gonna hunt our Pyre. We should be okay. Well, I'd like to play the Calcified Ember, but I'm pretty sure we're just gonna do this. And just get a fair bit of damage on him. And then do that as well. Because I almost forgot to do that, but that's okay. Suppose I could have put Avarice on you, which would have been okay. Okay, so first off, you're getting that, because we want you to have the lifesteal, and the attack buff is quite nice. I could kill you to equip the thing. I think I'm not going to, because I'd also then take higher damage. I don't think that's, like, the worst thing for me, but I may as well avoid it. Okay, so you survived that. Well, you got more spikes, which, again, is fine for me. It's not, like, my ideal. Yeah, that's fine. I could have, like, blocked here, but it doesn't matter. I have lifesteal anyways. And it just prevented them from getting Pyrogel and all that. I don't think I really need all that help to kill Archeon, but we're gonna do it anyways. Well, whatever. Okay, my brain just kicked in. Fair enough. I guess you can have that. You'll go there just to do some more Pyrogel and more Pyrogel. Edward Scissorhands. Yep, that is their whole deal. Lazarus are very, like, you know, coded for kind of like cinema. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We're already winning. I just like playing things for the sake of playing them. Anyways, our deck is a little clumsy, but it's pretty good right now. It definitely would be much stronger if we were better at playing spells. Do I want a Pyroclasm? I do like Pyroclasm. I also like Superheated and Combustion Suit. Well, let me be clear. I don't actually love Superheated. I think it's okay for us here. Though I'd rather it have Remove Consume than Intrinsic. The Intrinsic is not particularly useful for us. I mean, it's workable, but... I don't know, Combustion Suit's fine, but is it fine enough for me to care? To cost Pyroclasm. Yeah, like, it is. But it's also consume. It's not bad. It's just like, I don't know how much that's really going to matter. It is nice that it clears the floor. I'm still leaning towards, like, I don't know. Hothead with Combustion Suit is funny, more so with Dualism. Yeah, like, it is cute, because it, actually, I don't remember if it does apply the strike effect on its ability now. I don't remember if it does after they changed how strike abilities work. I fell asleep for a bit there because of the fuzzy comfiness. Yeah, hanging out with Cat will do that too for you. I don't know. I think the Superheated, if it didn't have Intrinsic, would be more appealing. I might take the Pyroclasm. The Combustion Suit would be mostly if we want to combine it with Lava Armor, which is fine. I'm gonna take this, I guess. And then there's Goldtooth. But he has Conduit, which is not useful for us. But he is also Goldtooth. They changed how Strike works. Yeah, partly because, well, in large part, because of Magma Mauler, who has Strike, apply Pyrogel 8, and Cursed Dragon Staff, which is Incant, deal 1 damage to enemy units. So, with the prior way that Strike worked, where it just applied to like any damage that the unit did, you equip Cursed Dragon Staff on Magma Mauler, and then every Incant is 8 Pyrogel on every enemy unit, plus also dealing damage and proccing their Pyrogel, which is a lot. You can also pair that with, you know, Phoenix, or a second unit that has a second Magma Mauler with a Cursed Dragon Staff. There's a lot of things you can do. And it was a ridiculous amount of Pyrogel. So, they changed that so that Strike does not work with things like the Incant ability anymore. I don't remember the exact rules for what it applies to or not now. I don't think it applies to activated abilities. Though, like, Avarice does. So maybe Strike still does. But, I don't know. So, I kind of want the Goldtooth because he's cool and we don't get to play him often. It doesn't really work with the Pyrogel situation, but he is also just good. But, I don't know. And, like, the Conduit just is terrible. I'm gonna skip, I guess. I don't know. We're gonna take Ember. I would like Draw as well, but like Ember is so useful in Monster Train 2 for so many reasons. We're gonna go here. Kind of like how Dualism doesn't double multi-strike anymore. I mean, similar. Like, again, that was definitely a balance reason. And also, I just think it's healthier for the game, even if it weren't breaking the game. Because, like, there is a world where you could balance things around that, kind of. But I really appreciate... Like, Dualism is already good, and I didn't love Dualism being also just extra multi-strike. I like Dualism being for units where you want to enhance their ability, and multi-strike being for units where you want to enhance their attack. Obviously, there's some overlap, because a lot of units where you are using Dualism are units that are like gaining attack buffs and stuff, and you also want multi-strike, but it is definitely feels better to me and healthier than those units getting, like, it just, Dualism should not be the ideal upgrade on every single unit all the time forever. It's still very good, but it should not be the ideal upgrade. Using both is still worth, just not ballooning? Yes. dualism working with armor is still very strong. Yeah, I mean, depending on the unit. There's a lot of units that really need dualism to work with armor to be, like, good. But yeah. I think we're spell chaining here and we're holdovering here. The problem is that gaining lifesteal doesn't matter a whole ton when I've only got like 30 HP on him. How much HP? I was going to look up the logbook to see how much HP Pyromaniac gets now. And I can't because I haven't done that yet. Because, like, alternatively, we hold over, like, the Lava Flow, which is also okay. What I would like to do is I would like to hold over the Pseudoscience, but I can't because it's Malekith's Pyre. Because why would it not be Malekith's Pyre? Anyways, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. And I can't afford Remove Consume if we roll again. But whatever. If you want to take an upgrade every time you see it, that is a problem. Same for the opposite. Yes. Agreed. So that's appealing. We're definitely going to dupe the Pseudoscience because I really want to get, like, Reanimate off of it. We're going to get rid of some of the units because I just have way too many fucking units right now. Still a little sad that I passed on Goldtooth. But it is what it is. Also, we are going to do this for the future. I don't love it, but we are doing it. That said, it saddens me that my lack of game knowledge is now making streams more difficult to follow. Yeah, I mean, if you have questions, feel free to ask them. I always try to explain. I know I kind of like breeze through some things now because I've played a lot of runs, but you know, I always try to clarify if people ask. Really? Any questions, Sal? Yeah, for, you know, people who aren't you, Tiny. Absolutely. Well, it's like I don't know a single one of these units except for Miser. Fair enough. Like, you know, you'll get to know them more over time anyways. But yeah, like, if there's one that you don't understand what it does or why I want it or whatever, like, you know, you're always welcome to ask. Okay, so we play him so we get the energy for the turn. Can't play the Snotty Whelp, so that's that. You are going to skip mid-floor, which I didn't account for, but we should be okay. We're not the most threatening unit. We're going to play you out before we do this, so that all the corruption goes on to our little chump. And then we're going to build up some sweet, delicious Pyre Gel. Such beautiful Pyre Gel. If he did this in reverse order, where he did the Pyre Gel, then the damage, also would make this better, because then we could actually kill something like this. I could have killed him with the spell, I suppose, but it's fine. Well. You do survive eventually. You have a bunch of lifesteal, not a bunch of reanimate, but whatever. Okay, so we'll do that. Yeah, I guess, like, I didn't need to use your ability. It's not a big deal that I did, but didn't need to. I have a lot of scissor hands. I don't know why you didn't have a scissor hands, but now you do have some scissor hands. Come on. Like, the spikes are fine, but what I really want... is just to get some reanimate on him so that we are in a better defensive position. I do quite like this artifact, at least when you're starting with erratic assistance. It just makes it much more... It's very easy to proc, it's very nice. It's very useful. Alright, and now we start murdering Dear Ajax, since we have now 25 Pyrogel on him pretty easily. Actually, I should have stopped earlier so we'd get more gold from the Miser, since we'd be doing less damage per hit and kill him a little slower. Not a big deal. I feel like Jelly Sneeze is delivering in the wrong order, but I'm not sure why. I feel like they were just afraid of it being too good. Like, it still works okay if you have other sources of Pyrogel on the enemies. Because that 1 damage procs the Pyrogel, and so 1 damage can easily become 20 damage or 200 damage or whatever. But it is a very weird unit. Mostly, I wanted to have, like, more HP at base so it doesn't just immediately die to literally anything. Or, you know, if we didn't live in a world with, like, Kel, I wouldn't care as much. I at least got the devs to, like, you know, not just me, obviously, but, like, you know, I pushed a lot to have backline damage toned down. And I do think we're in a healthier state than we were. So, like, it's definitely less a problem than it was, but I still really dislike Kel in particular. Fanning the Flame is cute, but boy is it not helpful when it's a consume card. I still might take it. Dragon's Breath I like, though I'm already having some Ember problems. An equivalent exchange does not matter when I have no Horde. Fine, we'll take Fanning the Flame. Double-Edged Bear is cool. Replicator Ray. Yeah. So, I think Replicator Ray is probably what we want. Dragon Breath saves so many of my runs. It's a good card. It's, you know, was a bit more awkward for us here when I have less control over my deck, but it's a good card. I like it a lot. I actually might take the Horrify because double stack on Horrify is pretty decent. Yeah, fuck it. I don't know. I like the Replicator Ray too, but whatever. What would I want to dupe? I kind of want to dupe the Magma Cultist. And by kind of, I mean I definitely do, but I don't know if that's what we're going to do. Alternatively, I go here and I do what? I don't know. I look for remove consume, basically. Minus cost. Like, there's value in going to the Merchants of Magic. There's not value in going to the Merchant Steel. It would really just be for the dupe. And I can dupe there. I can dupe there. Also, I hate that the correct answer is probably to go for the Merchant of Arms and look for either Inferno Room or Zone of Silence. Like, this is what I was complaining about before, that I kind of just wish that either they were more rare. Well, specifically, I would love for there just to be more things in the pool in general. I don't really like seeing most of the neutral equipment, and so I wish that there was, like, more clan equipment to kind of round those out, so I didn't have to see the neutral equipment as often. And also more, you know, clan rooms, since that would also tone down the frequency of seeing Inferno Room and Zone of Silence. Or, frankly, I'd be happy to have them removed from the game, and then just balance around them not existing. I think they're just weird rooms. They're just, like, weirdly... They're just generically good in almost every run, and I don't like cards that are generically good in every run. Anyways, ranting aside, I think we're going here. There's a good chance I don't see what I want. That's not bad, but... I mean, I could take a Meat Hook. He's fine for the moment. And also, I can just use him to bully bosses. I care a lot less about Entropy, but, like, it would be okay. I don't know. I'm just making a mess of things. I will take Meat Hook and probably start putting him down instead of the Miser. Friendly units gain Conduit on Slay. That's a no. -1 energy per turn, draw 2 additional cards. We probably want that. It does cause some problems, but we're taking that. Smidge Stone Hulking Mass is inoffensive at least. Yeah, I honestly didn't pay attention to what its upgrade was. But you make a valid point. Sure, we'll do that. Fine. I don't know. So I maybe should do it on the Pyroclasm. We're going to do it on Fanning the Flame just to see if I can actually get it to be a valuable thing. And just because we live in a world with silencers, I'll also increase that. I really hate spending all of my gold doing that, but whatever. I think the silencers are awful. And to be clear, obviously we can still win runs with them, and they are overall fine. I mostly think they're terrible, nonetheless. I know I said I was going to put the Meat Hook down instead of the Miser, but that was mostly for boss fights. I should have played these in different order, but I hadn't really decided what I was going to play. But I should have, like, done the Higher Gel before using the ability. Yada, yada, yada. Here we are. I should not have done that on the Harvest floor. But, whatever. Anyways, we'll play you out, so you'll die. We'll take 1 damage. It's fine. We have Holy Stones. I'm not really worried about the damage I'm taking. They should make the Silencers look like those horn-tooting enemies from Elden Ring and put them at the front. Yeah, that'd be something. Okay. Well, I'm not killing you, but I needed you to survive. Oh, I did forget I can do this. It is a lot less good in this world, but we can still function. Yeah, my deck is a bit of a mess. Sad that I didn't get the Collector, but it's fine. I really needed this guy to survive, so it is what it is. You are going to get dazed for a lot of turns. There we go. I just think it would make sense someone is blasting Horn point blank. You just point your Death Science instead of way in the back. Yeah. We gotta slay with fanning the flames. We're living the dream. Okay, you're dying. We don't need to worry about that. Fucking hate you. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, we're gonna daze the shit out of him. Yeah, whatever, fine. It's messy, I get a lot of sap. I have so much sap. But it's okay. It's okay. Also, I've not been getting things we desire. So, this looks like a concern. I don't know that we survive. I think I probably just need to be staying up on bottom floor. I did kind of forget that this is the boss I was up against. But I think we are probably fine. Yeah, he almost died, and now we can daze him for a bunch. He was dying before that, but now he's dying extra, because that's just how it is. And there we go. We have a lot of attacks on top floor. I do like the holdover fanning flame. I don't like the calcified ember. Dragon's Breath, also quite good. I might take the fanning the flame. I like the fantasy of fanning the flame, even if we are bad in execution. I'm gonna do it. Organ Harvester. I do want. I don't think it's that great for me, though. And that would require me to go to another Merchant of Arms. I will be doing that, though. At least one, probably two. Fine, whatever. I don't really need the healing. As much of my deck is kind of a mess, we are doing okay. I can also take Cursed Dragon Staff. Well, isn't that a fun little world? Okay. That changes things. Though again, that is a mess. God, I have so many things in my deck, and I really want to remove them. I am going to... Oh no, I do want to get rid of that, but I'm not sure that I can. Okay, we're gonna get rid of the Snotty Whelps. The Graph things I can at least sort of get. Like, they give me Ember when I play them, so that it does mitigate the problem. I'm gonna get rid of you now. And here we are, fighting Kale, living the dream. I think we'll be okay, but there's a very real possibility that we struggle pretty heftily. But I think we'll be okay. Do I want to play the Hothead? I think I do. I kind of wanted to play out like 2 of these so I get 2 more things out of my deck, but whatever. Also, the Miser is not unwelcome to get rid of immediately. For reasons. we're taking a lot of damage, as one does. Well, I don't have capacity to play out the other steward, so there we go. And we may as well do some damage to you. Because the hothead cooldown comes back up pretty quickly. Okay, so. Which I can't really do the Calcified Ember this turn. Guess we're gonna do that. God, I really do want to do the Feigning the Flame, though. Well, we're gonna do that. Although, we're wasting Feigning the Flame. So be it. Good God, that Chosen is probably stronger than Ring 1 boss. Yep! You're not wrong. Really could have used some of these zero-cost cards last turn. Okay, so you're dying. Everything else is fine. That's ideal. Here we are. Oh god, I still wish I had better defense than I have, but it is what it is. Yeah, this is not ideal. Oh yeah, that doesn't quite do enough yet. Now does it? Well, I wanted to hurt you more, but it's fine if you hit my Pyro. That's not the end of the world. On your already dazed. Well, now you're dazed more. Unfortunately, I don't have the Ember to play out all of my cards, because I just don't. Also, we should have done that. Totally spaced out. Actually, we'll rewind for that. I don't know. Here we are. That's just... I definitely meant to do it. 100% spaced. May as well. Okay. Still not killing unless I do more there. That's fine. Oh, whatever. I meant to play the It's Alive, and I can't really do that when you're going to die. Yeah, you know what, I will. The problem is I have to choose between my holdover cards. And that's not great. I could also just not play out the equipment, but I don't want to not play the equipment. I guess I could just not play it, but... I did that in the wrong order. God. One of these days I'll play these in the right order. Bear with me. These guys having so much Titan skin is definitely a problem. Okay. So. You get that. You get that. So we get the Pyrogel. We'll have you shoot there so you get the Slay, because you have the Organ Harvester now. That worked out, even though that's the non-holdover one. And I can't play these, whatever, fine. Probably why the Cursed Staff on Cultist, so reanimate attacks go into him if he can't kill something. Yeah, I thought about it, but I wanted the... He already has the armor on him, and it's fine. But you are correct, I probably want that because he does have spikes, and I should have taken that into account. I didn't, and it's fine. Alright, we're just gonna play that to get it out of the deck. I do take a little bit of damage, fine. Okay, well. Have some Pyre Gel. Become dazed, I guess. Yeah, so look at all that sweet, sweet Pyre Gel. God, you just do too much damage because I let you feed, and I did not realize that that was the case. Well, again, this is exactly what Ether was talking about. But we're probably still fine because Phoenix is rocking 8 reanimate. Yeah, here we are. Oh, this is actually notably worse, because now I have no way to generate spikes. Not spikes, Pyre Gel. Which does make all of this worse. Well, we'll see what happens. Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Well, my deck is an absolute clusterfuck, but that's fine. Like, we do murder Kale at a pretty rapid rate, just because turns out Pyre Gel's good. Wow, that kills. I mean, we've got a ton of reanimate, and he has like 80-some Pyre Gel on him. Like, yes, it definitely kills. Tome of Horrors is a no here. Soldier of Fortune is kind of cute, and it does have intrinsic, but I don't know what we'd want to grab with it. Like, the 30 Avarice and the extra attack is all nice. I'm just going to skip. I think it's a good card that I don't use very often, but that's fine. Okay, so I'm probably going here for a dupe. And I'm probably going here for a dupe as well. I don't know. Sure. You know what? Enjoy your dualism. As I have a somewhat sloppy deck. So I do want Magma Cultist number 2. I also want literally anything, but we're going to do Magma Cultist number 2. A-Stream is still going, had a Savagery Pyre run, and it was a little messy in the final fight, but we did do it. I just had to change my deployment slightly, because we did actually need the trample. But yeah, other than that, it was fine. What? Why the ... Alright, we're just gonna play out the Miser so we get a little bit of gold. Except when the Silence Dude's there. Actually, the Avarice is separate from that. Don't know what I'm saying. Spell shields are not great, but if we get the Cursed Dragon Staff up, that'll be fine. Well, we'll use that now just to get rid of him. And we'll try to get more stuff, and mostly it's just going to be spikes. And by mostly, I mean it's 100% just spikes, because why not? Also, I didn't realize I had the magic power one in my hand, otherwise I would have just used that to kill the silencer. Doesn't really matter. Okay. Yeah, this time we will put it on him and not on Phoenix. You can have that. Well, we have a bunch of lifesteal. We're taking a tiny bit of damage. That's fine. Right. Would love to do Feigning the Flame, but they're going to block it with damage shields. Not damage shields, but spell shields. Since they're jerks like that. Okay, but he's the only target left. And therefore, Feigning the Flame is guaranteed to kill. We're just gonna do that. Because, like, these guys, as annoying as they are, immediately crumble to the Cursed Dragon Staff. So we don't have to worry about that. Living the dream. Yeah! And by that I mean I think it got the kill. It actually might have just been the Cursed Dragon Staff. It's hard to tell. Unfortunately, you cause problems. Oh, I could have played him out to trigger that. My bad. But now, do I have damage spells that can kill you? No. Annoying. Alright, we'll get rid of that finally. He is surviving, and I probably should have used the Horrify, because then we'd be able to daze him going to the Pyre Room still. But it is what it is. I mean, I can still daze him for 2 turns. It's just 2 turns is not enough turns. Like, I'm definitely killing him. I was debating whether I want to do Pyre Gel here or try to kill the Herald there. And I guess we're drawing both of those next turn, so it's kind of guaranteed to kill him. Also, that happened. Unfortunately, this one doesn't get a buff, but whatever. Yeah, time to take some Pyre damage. It's not... Oh, we do have... I didn't even remember that it was Heaven Seal. Well, no, we did take a fair bit of damage. So be it. Don't mind me. So sad that we're up against all of the Spell Shield guys when I have Feigning the Flame. Well, we know that Feigning the Flame is not going to get a kill next turn, so we're not going to try. We're definitely we're definitely murdering a Thane here as soon as we actually play our spells. Because enemies just absolutely crumble. Yeah, it doesn't quite kill. It's close, though. But, I mean, we do kill a Thane. That part's not in question. She has a lot of Pyre Gel. We did take a lot of damage right at the end, though. I could take Death Roar. God, my poor Feigning the Flames. Really not doing work for me. Partly because anything that they could kill gets killed by the Cursed Dragon Staff instead. I mean, I do want the Death Roar. I think we're not taking it, though. Replicator Ray is pretty cool. It's not helpful being intrinsic, though. I really don't need it. I still kind of want it, though. But again, it being intrinsic is worse. I actually might just go here for the healing. And then just try to remove some stuff and all that. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do this. Having a copy of Buffed Cultist is cool. I mean, that's the general idea. We definitely want Spark Flint Catalyst. Ember Staff is sort of okay. And it is good for us. It's just not, like, perfect. But it does help with us playing out all of our minions. So we want to do Permafrost on this, because I won't have them equipped on turn 1 often. I'm going to do that with the hopes that we can minus cost it. Yep. God, there's so much holdover on this run. Problem is I don't really need that, although it would be nice to make it 0 cost. Fine. Heal, remove. Now, I think we're just getting rid of the stewards. There's a lot of things I could remove, but this is what we're doing. And Entropy, here we go. Okay, so Meat Hook goes up here, and I guess we'll do the Miser instead of the Hothead, even though I probably should have done the Hothead so that it costs less later. Anyways, get Dazed, because why not? Why not Daze him? We need you down there. I guess there's not really value in that. No. I should have played that out more, but I was getting greedy. Also, I need to... Oh, I didn't take Versatile Ember Staff. Whoops. Yeah, not a big deal, but it would have been nice. So I could dupe a Magma Cultist, or I can dupe Phoenix. Those are both options. So if I do Phoenix, then we're getting +8 to every Pyre Gel, so every incant would be 18. If I dupe another Magma Cultist, then it's 5 per dude. And so every incant is 15, so it should be better with Phoenix. Plus then we also get his ability. Don't mind me. Also, the Lava Armor does not really matter to me anymore. Oops. There we go. You do a non-trivial amount of damage. Yeah, whatever. Well, so be it. Stupid silencer is the worst. But we can at least kill him, which then explodes everything else. Yes. We'll just keep dazing him. Meat Hook gets to put another 2 in there. Just like top floor Meat Hook just doing his own thing, ruining bosses is pretty nice, honestly. Yeah, it turns out this is why Pyromaniac Phoenix is cool. Particularly when paired with Magma Cultist. You just generate so much Pyre Gel. Even if we didn't have the Cursed Dragon Staff, this would still be good. Having the Cursed Dragon Staff, though, just makes it really silly. Yeah, I do want to keep playing that, but then I don't have a thing for you. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll let you attack in, because then you just kill and get to reanimate, which is better than me killing him myself. Okay, once again, kill the silencer, because always kill the silencer. There just is no reason not to. Well, I guess you have Permafrost. I meant to play that, but if I don't play it, it's not a big deal, because it just stays in hand. And then we're almost killing him, and by that I mean we're killing him. Slap Dualism on Meat Hook. This bad boy can give out so much daze. It's true. These are good times. Oh, man. Alright, time for the Titans. That was a pretty easy Seraph fight. And now it's mostly just going to be a waiting game of what's his face? What I'm trying to say is it's mostly going to be a waiting game of Dominion. I think I have to have Phoenix up front. Because otherwise the cultists are just going to die on turn 1 unless I draw correctly. I mean, I could also put that Meat Hook down on bot floor, but ideally I would like my other dudes on bottom floor. Okay. So we're going to do that, and then Replicate Array there. Do you really need to draw into my correct, meaningful equipment, though? Also, I could be hitting Dominion with some of these, which would not be the worst. Okay, we're gonna put you there. Because he naturally will die. Because he takes the hit from Entropy and then also gets the corruption from Dominion. Because Dominion's a jerk like that. Alright, Now, I do draw half, well, not quite half of my remaining deck is all the holdover things, but yeah, I didn't quite get what I wanted, unfortunately. Alright, you're gonna get dazed for a couple turns. I do wish that I had taken Versatile Ember Staff, but I did not. And that's fine. Whatever. Yeah, you have a lot of corruption, but that's okay. Still been drawn into the thing I care about. Well, that's annoying, but okay. Oh yeah, we're still taking damage from you. I was like, why am I taking sweep damage? But it's because I didn't kill the sweep unit. Turns out that would do it. Alright, well, bad draw order. And again, that's not helped by me having, like, a ton of holdover things, so that's my own fault. Oh well. We're still okay. We're maybe going to lose one of the Phoenixes, but that's not a huge deal. Okay, well. Yeah, whatever. We'll just do this. Alright, well, the gun savagery down. Entropy is on his way. We're a long ways off on Dominion. So be it. It's fine. God, here's this finally. I mean, honestly, I should have just swapped your equipment for the reanimate one, but that's okay. And then we do the Curse of Entropy, which is whatever, it's fine. That's not where most of our damage is coming from, so... And thus, Entropy is down as well since it's got 604 Pyre Gel. Turns out you can get Pyre Gel to a pretty exciting amount. There's a lot of garbage here. Do that so you can heal up a little bit. And you're still dazed. I, for some reason, thought you weren't dazed because I thought you didn't have the icon for it. You definitely do. Have some Pyre Gel. Have a little bit more damage with our very mediocre Fanning the Flames. It's a cool card, but it needs to get Slays to do meaningful damage. But so be it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Oh, you did land the reanimate, which I didn't think you were going to. Should have given you the Pyre Gel first. Whatever. Okay. You have a lot of corruption, my dude. I mean, you are pretty dead regardless. Alright, and then we Pyre Light to kill him. And even though we spent time shooting Dominion ourselves, we still won on turn 8. It doesn't really change that much. Anyways, we didn't take all that much damage on the fight, though. Because we did Daze Savagery endlessly. But yeah, that was a cute run. It was a bit of a mess because of all the Malika upgrades, but like we did get a decent amount of them. We drew very poorly in like the last fight, but still okay. We had more than enough power because like Pyromaniac is very strong. It's probably my favorite of the Phoenix paths. I like the idea of Overlord, and I do like running it, but it ends up being kind of messy because, again, there's just not that much like cooldown support in the clan, and even if you are feeding him a lot of slays, his attack doesn't end up like that high. It's cool. It's a lot of fun though. But if enemies had, you know, if like the heavies didn't have 500 HP each, then it'd be a lot more meaningful. But they do, and so it's much harder to get true value out of it. But Pyromaniac, like, stacked with a bunch of things. There's a lot of ways in clan to be applying Pyre Gel, especially the Magma Cultists, as you saw, are definitely my favorite unit to pair it with. But there's a lot of other things you can do too, and it really pops off, and it's pretty fun. 500 HP times 2. Yes, that's why I specified heavies, plural. Because, yeah, like, it's cool that you can shoot a backliner and do, you know, 200 damage or whatever to the rest of the floor, but that only matters so much when you still have to kill other enemies on the floor. It's good. It's just not, like, nearly as good as Pyromaniac, which just is, yeah. Anyways, here we are. How about Mushroom Vanguard? I would love to, but I'm actually going to stop here because it's late, and I normally would have stopped an hour ago, and I didn't. And at some point, I should stop for the night, as much as I would like to keep streaming. Yeah, so we're stopping there. That's how it works. Anyways, I'll be gone for the weekend like normal because I have stuff I have to do that I did not do this week. So that's how that works. I'll be back on Monday like normal. We'll play a whole lot more Monster Train 2. That's what we're doing for the foreseeable future. There's a lot left to do with this game, and as long as you guys are having fun with it, I will keep streaming it for a good while to come because I love this game, and I am so pleased with the positive reception it's been getting. Anyways, rambling aside, you don't need to hear me talk more. Have a nice night. Have a nice weekend. See you on Monday.